honorable Moudenda, honorable président du Parlement de la Sadc, honorable parlementaire, nous allons maintenant reprendre notre séance. Mais avant de commencer, malheureusement, j'ai une mauvaise nouvelle à vous annoncer. C'est avec profonde tristesse que nous avons appris le décès de l'ancien président de la République de la Zambie, son Excellence Edgar Changwa Lungu, 6e président de la République de Zambie. Au nom du parlementaire de la Sadc, ainsi qu'à mon nom personnel, nous tenons à présenter nos sincères condoléances au peuple zambien et à l'honorable président du Parlement de la République de la Zambie, ici présent. La Zambie et la région de la Sadc tout entière a perdu une autre et très haute importante personnalité. Que la terre lui soit légère et son âme repose en paix. Observons encore une minute de silence en s'élevant en son honneur. Merci. Nous allons commencer notre séance avec une communication. D'abord, je tiens à rappeler aux honorables membres que notre réunion se déroule dans 3 langues officielles, dont l'anglais, le français et le portugais. On rappelle aux membres que, en conformité avec la politique sans rapport papier, tous les documents sont disponibles sur les portails créés pour toutes les délégations par le secrétariat par le biais de points focaux. Maintenant, nous allons passer à la prestation des serments. J'ai reçu des communications d'un Parlement membre soumettant les noms d'une nouvelle parlementaire désignée auprès du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc, conformément à l'article 7 de la Constitution du Forum. Il s'agit de la parlementaire ci-dessous. République démocratique du Congo, honorable Kati Sukombi Moleka. Les nouveaux membres sont tenus de prêter serment ou déclarer une affirmation d'adhésion en conformité avec l'article 8, alinéa 4 de la Constitution du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc. J'invite le secrétaire général à faire prêter serment ou l'affirmation d'adhésion aux nouveaux membres.
Thank you, Honorable President. The new member has confirmed that she's taking the oath. Thereafter, I'll hand over the copy of the Constitution and the rules of procedure. I now invite the honorable member to come forward. Honorable, kindly raise your right hand. Okay. Moi, honorable, it's okay? Ouais. Veuillez lever la main droite et répéter après moi. Moi, honorable Sakombi Moleka, prête serment devant cette auguste assemblée plénière du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc.
Moi, honorable Sakombi Moleka Kati, je prête solennellement serment devant cette auguste assemblée plénière du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc, que je respecterai la Constitution et le règlement intérieur du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc et que je ferai preuve de respect envers les organes institutionnels du Forum et que je respecterai au mieux de mes capacités les principes directeurs et les valeurs fondamentales du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc. Le 6 juin 2025, Zimbabwe. Merci.
Thank you.
J'ai remarqué tout à l'heure aussi que notre secrétaire général commence à parler le français aussi. Merci, honorable. Attendez. Maintenant, nous allons passer aux annonces. Premièrement, les membres sont priés de s'en tenir aux 5 minutes qui leur sont imparties quand on leur donne la parole. Honorables membres, nous vous rappelons qu'au fin de l'enregistrement précis des procès-verbaux, vous devez toujours vous présenter par votre nom et votre pays lorsque vous prenez la parole. Maintenant, nous allons commencer nos travaux. Et je demande à la secrétaire générale de procéder à la lecture du premier ordre du jour.
Notice of motion on enhancing food chain systems in the Sadc region.
Proposition de résolution sur le renforcement des systèmes de chaînes alimentaires dans la région de la Sadc par l'honorable sénateur Tantomako Moele du Lojoto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity of moving the motion. I, Senator Tatom Magomahali, propose that the 57th Plenary Assembly Session of the Sadc PF do the following. The plenary should recognize that efficient and resilient food chain system. Okay.
OK, merci, honorable. Maintenant, je vais demander s'il y a quelqu'un qui souhaite et qui voudrait appuyer cette résolution parmi les distingués participants. Oui, honorable. On vous donne la parole. Oui, c'est l'honorable Faustin Kenda, Kazite Rico. Yeah, ok, merci. Je redonne la parole à l'honorable Morel. Oui, oui, vous pouvez commencer maintenant.
I, Senator Tato Makomahali, propose to the 57th Plenary Assembly Session of the Sadc PF that the plenary should recognize that efficient and resilient food chain systems encompassing production, processing, storage, distribution, and marketing are essential for ensuring food security, economic growth, and rural development within the Sadc region. The plenary should recognize that enhancing food chain efficiency can unlock opportunities for value addition, job creation, increased incomes for smallholder farmers, and the development of agro-processing industries within the region. The plenary should be concerned by the fragmentation, inefficiencies, and vulnerabilities in current food supply chains, which contribute to market distortions, limited farmer incomes, and restricted consumer access to affordable, nutritious food. The plenary should be aware that climate change, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to markets, and lack of regional coordination continue to disrupt food chain systems and compromise regional food sufficiency. The plenary should recall the Sadc Regional Agricultural Policy, the African Union's Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, Agenda 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the Sustainable Development Goals, all of which underscore the importance of integrated markets and food value chains as drivers of regional development. The plenary should also recall the establishment of the Sadc Parliamentary Alliance on Agri-Food Systems, Food Security and Nutrition during the 56th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc PF held in Livingstone, Zambia in December 2024, which serves as a platform for parliamentarians to collaborate, advocate, and provide oversight on legislative and budgetary matters related to agri-food systems, food security, and the right to adequate food. Lastly, the plenary shall recognize the critical role of the FSN Alliance in enhancing the effectiveness of parliamentary engagement through cross-sector collaboration, capacity development, and knowledge exchange, and acknowledging its mandate to advocate for the harmonization of laws to support alignment with regional and international frameworks and in promoting domestic resource mobilization. I therefore make the following pleas. Firstly, to call upon all Sadc member states to develop and implement national strategies aimed at strengthening and modernizing food chain systems, aligned with the FSN Alliance objectives, focusing on value additions, cold storage, agro-processing, inclusivity, and sustainability. Secondly, to encourage the participation of all national parliaments in the FSN Alliance and the formation of national parliamentary alliances or caucuses to promote coordinated oversight and harmonized legislative efforts across the region. Thirdly, to urge governments and private sector stakeholders to invest in digital technologies, data systems, and logistics infrastructure to improve supply chain efficiency and access to real-time market information. The plenary should recommend the harmonization of food quality, safety, and packaging standards across the region to facilitate seamless inter-regional trade and protect consumer health. The plenary should endorse the empowerment of smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and agro SMEs through inclusive policies, capacity building programs, and access to finance, markets, and technology. And lastly, the 57th Plenary Assembly session should direct Sadc PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to institutionalize regular reporting on progress in food chain and agri-food systems reforms through the region through a mechanized developed jointly with FSN Alliance. I so move, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci, honorable Moali, pour votre exposé de tout à l'heure. Maintenant, je vais inviter l'honorable Kenda Kaziteriko à présenter son discours de soutien.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole accordée. Je prends la parole ce jour pour appuyer la proposition de résolution qui venait d'être présentée avec une si grande compétence par son auteur. Monsieur le Président, l'intégrité et la résilience de nos chaînes alimentaires sont déterminantes pour la survie économique, la santé et la dignité, autant qu'elles représentent une préoccupation sur le plan agricole. Selon l'Organisation pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture, l'Afrique subsaharienne perd environ 30 à 40% de ses denrées alimentaires après les récoltes, ce qui est dû à grande partie à de mauvaises infrastructures, à des conditions de stockage inadéquates et à des systèmes de distribution fragmentés. Ce sont là des pertes que nous ne pouvons pas nous permettre, surtout dans un contexte où près de 60 millions de personnes dans toute la région de la Sadc demeurent en situation d'insécurité alimentaire. Monsieur le Président, quand nous parlons de chaînes alimentaires, nous faisons référence à la totalité du trajet qui mène de la terre à l'assiette. Chaque étape, qu'il s'agisse de la production, de la transformation, du stockage, du transport ou de la commercialisation doit être synchronisée, modernisée et inclusive. Comme nous le rappelle à juste titre l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, le développement des chaînes de valeur agricole est essentiel pour réaliser l'aspiration de l'Afrique à une prospérité partagée. Cette assemblée qui est la nôtre a déjà jeté les bases en instituant l'Alliance parlementaire de la Sadc pour le renforcement des systèmes agroalimentaires, la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, Alliance SAN. Il s'agit d'une plateforme stratégique qui nous permet, en tant que parlementaires, de montrer l'exemple en pilotant la surveillance, en plaidant en faveur des budgets nationaux qui accordent vraiment la priorité à l'agriculture et en harmonisant les législations conformément à des cadres régionaux tels que le PDDAA, la SLECAF et les directives sur le droit à l'alimentation. Nous devons relayer l'Alliance SAN au sein de nos parlements nationaux. Je reprends résolument à mon compte l'appel lancé à l'adresse de chacun de nos parlements membres, les incitant à participer activement à l'Alliance SAN et à prendre la tête de ce mouvement. L'appropriation nationale est essentielle. Après tout, comme on dit, on ne peut pas obtenir des récoltes provenant d'un champ qui n'a pas été cultivé. En outre, la proposition de résolution exhorte à réaliser des investissements cruciaux dans les outils numériques et l'infrastructure logistique. Penchons-nous sur ce que cela signifie concrètement. Les plateformes numériques peuvent connecter en temps réel les petits exploitants agricoles au marché, réduire l'exploitation par des intermédiaires et fournir opportunément des mises à jour météorologiques pour atténuer les risques climatiques. Au Rwanda, par exemple, des services de conseil numérique ont aidé à augmenter de 40% les rendements de maïs dans des districts pilotes. Nous devons étendre des innovations de ce type à l'ensemble de la région. Monsieur le Président, l'harmonisation des normes relatives à la sécurité alimentaire, au conditionnement et à la qualité des produits protégera les consommateurs et permettra de tirer pleinement parti du potentiel de la SLECAF en facilitant le commerce transfrontalier. Actuellement, des normes incohérentes créent de goulots d'étranglement aux frontières, entraînant à la fois une perte de temps et des pertes financières pour les petits producteurs. Monsieur le Président, les petits exploitants agricoles, dont un grand nombre de femmes et de jeunes, sont les cœurs battants de nos systèmes alimentaires. Si nous ne leur donnons pas les moyens d'agir grâce à des financements, une formation et un accès au marché, nous échouons à remplir les ambitions de notre région en matière de sécurité alimentaire. Veillons à ce que cette proposition de résolution débouche sur des politiques inclusives susceptibles de rehausser les statuts de ces mêmes personnes qui cultivent la terre et nourrissent nos nations. Monsieur le Président, je soutiens pleinement la directive enjoignant au comité parlementaire régional de surveillance des lois types d'institutionnaliser des mécanismes de notification relatifs aux réformes qui concernent les chaînes alimentaires en collaboration avec l'Alliance SAN. Nous devons prendre la mesure de ce que nous chérissons. Le progrès ne doit pas être anecdotique. Il doit être transparent, fondé sur des données et coordonné à l'échelle régionale. Monsieur le Président, en appuyant cette proposition de résolution, qu'il me soit permis de reprendre les paroles de l'ancien secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Ban Ki-moon, qui disait, je cite, « En finir avec la faim n'est pas qu'une question d'alimentation, cela a à voir avec la volonté politique. Faisons-en la preuve aujourd'hui. » J'ai dit et vous remercie.
Merci, honorable Kaziteriko, de votre intervention. Maintenant, je vais soumettre cette résolution au débat de distingués participants. Je vous rappelle que celles ou ceux qui souhaiteraient prendre la parole doivent mentionner leur nom et celui de leur pays. Et chacun a droit de 5 minutes pour chaque prise de parole. Oui, honorable Zimbabwe, délégation de la Zimbabwe.
In support with the motion, Mr. President, Zimbabwe fully endorsed the objective of this motion, and which is to highlight the Congo state our country has taken to strengthen and modernize food chain systems in alignment of the FSN Alliance and Regional Framework. Zimbabwe's National Development Strategy 1 places food security and agricultural modernization at the core of economic development, promoting value addition and agro-processing. We have also established rural agro-processing centers across all provinces to help smallholder farmers to process crops near production sites, reducing post-harvest losses and boosting incomes. Mr. President, a notable example is this Zispa's Marciana Masao processing plant in Zaraban, which transforms indigenous fruits into commercial products, supporting local farmers. The Zimbabwe Agricultural Investment Plan and the Presidential Rural Development Program further promote inclusive value chains and rural empowerment through both irrigation schemes and nutrition gardens targeting women and youth. To address cold chain gaps, the National Horticulture Recovery and Growth Plan aims to expand cold storage facilities by 30% by 2026, improving food quality and export competitiveness. Climate smart agriculture is mainstreamed through initiatives like Fumvuza Eastwasa and conservation farming, enhancing soil health and resilience under the e-agriculture strategy, digital platforms, and as e-land, e-extension, and e-input distribution improve service delivery and accountability. The Agricultural Marketing Authority, AMA, introduced mobile dashboards to help farmers track prices and assess buyers. Investments under the Emergency Road Rehabilitation Programs, ERRP2, and they have improved rural road infrastructure. These efforts are supported by Agricultural Marketing Authority Act, Chapter 18.24, and incentivized through the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency at ZIDA Act to encourage private sector participation. Crucially, the Parliament of Zimbabwe's Portfolio Committee on Lands, Agriculture, Water, Fisheries, and Rural Resettlement has provided vital oversight by approving registration budgets and conducting fact-finding visits to other irrigation schemes. These visits also evaluated drone technology use for precision agriculture, advancing data-driven crop management. Inclusion, Mr. President, Zimbabwe stands ready to share experiences, learn, and collaborate with Sadc partners to strengthen food chain systems, ensuring regional food security and economic prosperity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable, pour votre soutien. Y a-t-il encore d'autres participants qui souhaitent faire des remarques ou des observations? Sinon, je vais donner la parole à l'honorable Moéalé au cas où il aurait encore quelque chose à préciser ou à expliquer.
Thank you, Mr. President. We should remember that Sadc adopted what is called regional agricultural policy, which provides for a coordinated agricultural development plan within the Sadc region. Its aim is to promote sustainable agricultural growth, socio-economic development, and regional integration by harmonizing agricultural practices and creating synergies among member states. And I think we should take leave from the example of Zimbabwe on the things that they are putting in place for this program to be sustainable. We should also, as nations, try to convince the CSR to be legally established, since we are going through a period where nations cannot be able to raise funds that are adequate for farming. And the agricultural sectors we are talking about are crops, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. So I think the important things is for all the nations to coordinate, to see to it that we work outside silos so that the program could be a success. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable, pour votre précision. Et maintenant, je vais soumettre cette résolution à notre adoption. Y a-t-il des objections? Sinon, cette résolution est dûment adoptée avec notre applaudissement. Maintenant, j'invite la secrétaire générale à procéder à la lecture du deuxième ordre du jour.
Notice of motion on strengthening cybersecurity in the Sadc region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing cybersecurity threats in the region.
Merci, Madame la secrétaire générale. Il s'agit des propositions de résolution sur le renforcement de la cybersécurité, dans la région de la Sadc, en renforçant la capacité institutionnelle et des cadres juridiques viables capables de répondre aux menaces de plus en plus sérieuses à la cybersécurité dans la région. Par l'honorable Mosimaningapé Kenneth Moimang de l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, Honorable President. Greetings to yourselves, the President, and also the esteemed speakers and delegates, and special order of greetings to the hosting speaker, Advocate Mutenda. Allow me, Honorable President, to rise to move the motion on strengthening cybersecurity in SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing cybersecurity threats in the region on behalf of South Africa. I so move.
Merci, honorable. Y a-t-il quelqu'un parmi les distingués participants de vouloir appuyer cette résolution? Oui.
Good morning, everyone. The motion is hereby seconded, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Kenny Sami Nandin. Et maintenant, je redonne la parole à l'honorable Kenneth.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, let me bring to the attention of the House that the cybersecurity in the SADC region faces a number of challenges, and amongst them is the skills gap, the underdeveloped digital infrastructure, and fragmented or inadequate legal framework. Secondly, we further wish to bring to the attention of the House that the cybersecurity challenges are being exacerbated by the region's rapid digital transformation and increasing dependence on digital technologies in a number of sectors, amongst them the finance, health, education, and government services. Having noted these challenges, Honorable President, it is important also to acknowledge the fact that the regions remain highly susceptible and vulnerable to a range of cyber threats, inclusive of the following: ransomware, phishing, social engineering attacks, which mainly could be attributed to a severe shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals within the African Union. And the World Bank, Honorable President, indeed confirmed that Africa faces a shortfall of nearly 100,000 cybersecurity professionals, with a significant proportion of that gap affecting SADC countries. Moreover, Honorable President, what exacerbates further the situation is the digital divide between urban and rural areas in many SADC member states. And this can be worsened by the uneven access to technology, weak infrastructure, and also the poor enforcement cybersecurity laws, which ultimately results in effective hindering the law enforcement regime and also successful prosecution of cyber criminals. Having acknowledged these persistent challenges, Honorable President, we recall that the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which is mainly known as Malabo Convention, has its aim and purpose of establishing a harmonized legal framework for cybersecurity, personal data protection, and electronic transaction across the continent. We further recall that the SADC model laws on data protection, electronic transaction, and e-commerce and computer crime and cybercrime has developed under the Harmonization of ICT Policies in Sub-Saharan Africa project, which provide a foundational framework for member states to strengthen their national legislation and regulatory framework. Therefore, Honorable President, we call on national parliaments to develop or update a national legal framework so that they are aligned to the Malabo Convention and the Sadc model laws, which will ensure that there is consistency and interoperability across borders. We further urge SADC member states to strengthen the cybersecurity in the SADC regions by doing the following: establish and adequately resource national and regional institutions that are dedicated to cybersecurity coordination, monitoring, and response. Secondly, that member states should invest in digital infrastructure, particularly in the underserved and underserviced rural communities, so that we are able to bridge the urban-rural digital divide, to bridge the divide between the periphery and the center. Thirdly, Honorable President, there is a need to create and scale up targeted education and training programs to address the digital skills gap and build a robust pipeline of cybersecurity professionals in the region. And lastly, we call on the member state to encourage public-private partnerships and regional collaboration to share best practices so that we're able to mitigate the threat of this cyber challenge. And more than that, also to ensure that technological resources for combating emerging cyber threats are shared. I so move, Honorable President.
Merci, honorable, pour votre intervention. Vous pouvez prendre place maintenant. Et je vais maintenant soumettre cette résolution au débat et donner la parole d'abord le discours de soutien d'appui. Il s'agit de l'honorable Kenny Sami Nanden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today to express my full support for the motion on strengthening cybersecurity in the SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing threats of cybersecurity in the region. Admittedly, in an increasingly digital world of technological advances and innovation, a few insidious threats posed by cybercrime and cyber insecurity are growing in scale, sophistication, and impact, posing significant risks to our economies, national security, and the safety of our citizens. The SADC region is not an exception in this regard. Like other parts of the world, this region of ours is also witnessing a rapid digital transformation, with governments, businesses, and individuals relying more heavily on digital infrastructure and online platforms. While the spillover effect or corresponding positive impact of this transformation brings immense opportunity, it also renders our societies susceptible to new vulnerabilities, including cyber attacks, data breaches, financial fraud, and the exploitation of digital platforms by malicious actors. Notwithstanding the far-reaching impact of these challenges, the region currently lacks a harmonized and comprehensive approach to cybersecurity. Institutional weaknesses, inadequate technical capacity, limited public awareness, and outdated or non-existent legal frameworks hamper SADC member states' ability to detect, prevent, and respond to cyber threats effectively. As such, it is beyond doubt that this motion is both timely and necessary. Certainly, a regional approach towards strengthening institutional capacities would go a long way in empowering national cybersecurity agencies with the skills, resources, and coordination mechanisms they need to prevent and proactively respond to cybersecurity threats. Undoubtedly, a creation of harmonized, enforceable, and rights-based legal frameworks across member states will ensure that we can prosecute cybercrimes effectively, protect critical infrastructure, and safeguard the rights and privacy of our citizens. Cybercrimes know no borders, and the transnational nature of these crimes necessitates more coordinated response mechanisms, and regional cooperation is critical in this regard. Given the fact that cybersecurity is a manifestation of transnational organized crime, a coordinated SADC-wide approach will certainly not only facilitate policy diffusion and sharing of best practices, but will also allow for joint response mechanisms and a unified voice in global cybersecurity governance. To this end, Mr. President and honorable members, let us act decisively and collectively to secure our digital future. By adopting this motion, we will be taking a bold step toward building a safer, more resilient, and digitally inclusive SADC region. Thus, as Parliament of Seychelles, we wholeheartedly support this motion. With this, Mr. President, I hereby second the motion. Thank you for your attention and support in this matter.
Merci, honorable Sami Nanda, pour votre intervention et pour votre soutien également à cette résolution. Maintenant, je vais soumettre cette résolution sur la cybersécurité à notre débat. Honorable délégation de Botswana. OK, je vous donne la parole. C'est Zimbabwe, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice into this motion on cybersecurity. My name is Mayimbowa from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. I would also like to thank the mover and the seconder of the motion. I'm in strong support of this timely motion of strengthening cybersecurity in our region by building institutional capacity and enacting viable legal frameworks to meet the challenges of our rapidly evolving digital landscape. Mr. President, Zimbabwe recognizes that cybersecurity is not just a technical issue. It is central to protecting the economies, our economies, democratic institutions, and the rights of our citizens. We have enacted the Cyber and Data Protection Act, that is Chapter 12, Section 7, which lays the foundation for a secure digital environment. This act aligns with the Malabo Convention and SADC model law and has enabled the establishment of a cybersecurity and monitoring center to coordinate national cyber threat responses. Institutionally, the Parliament of Zimbabwe, through its Portfolio Committee on ICT, is pushing a Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, that is POTRAS, to speedily operationalize a national cyber security center, which will drive threat detection, response, and capacity building. Mr. President, in the spirit of inclusivity and innovation, I am proud to report that the Parliament of Zimbabwe Youth Caucus is actively pushing for the transformation of post offices into vibrant centers of learning, entrepreneurship, and cyber skills development, particularly for rural youth and marginalized communities. Additionally, Zimbabwe is implementing the Smart Zimbabwe 2030 Master Plan, which promotes digital access in all corners of the country. Mr. President, through Potra's Universal Services Fund, we are rolling out broadband connectivity and establishing community information centers to bridge the urban-rural digital divide. Recognizing the cybersecurity skills gap, our universities and technical colleges have integrated ICT security into their curricula. Targeted training for government officials and law enforcement in the areas such as cyber forensics and investigations is also underway. Finally, Zimbabwe is promoting public-private partnership to strengthen cyber resilience, national dialogues with banks, telecom providers, and digital entrepreneurs. We are fostering collaborative cybersecurity strategies and improved threat intelligence sharing. Finally, Mr. President, cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. Zimbabwe reiterates its commitment to harmonize the regional approaches and urges all member states to act decisively to safeguard our collective digital future. I so submit and thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity, and I support the motion.
Merci, honorable, pour votre soutien à cette motion. Et je donne maintenant la parole à la délégation de Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis Rabi Savatsara, députée de Madagascar. Nous appuyons cette motion sur le renforcement des cadres juridiques sur la cybercriminalité dans la région de la Sadc. En fait, Madagascar, comme les autres pays membres de la Sadc, a ratifié la Convention de Malabo en juin 2024 et cela marque vraiment l'engagement de notre pays à renforcer sa sécurité numérique et à se conformer aux meilleures pratiques internationales en matière de cybercriminalité. Avec cette adhésion à la Convention de Malabo, Madagascar va pouvoir assurer la protection des données personnelles et envisager des coopérations contre la cybercriminalité et à sécuriser l'utilisation des technologies électroniques à l'échelle nationale et régionale. Nous disposons aussi actuellement de CMIL ou la Commission malgache sur l'informatique et les libertés qui va miser sur la coopération régionale et internationale pour asseoir sa souveraineté numérique et restaurer la confiance de ses citoyens. Ainsi, Monsieur le Président, nous exhortons les pays membres de la Sadc à soutenir cette motion que nous-mêmes nous soutenons. Merci.
Merci, honorable Savatsara, pour votre pertinente intervention. Est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres participants qui souhaitent prendre la parole? Sinon, j'invite l'honorable Mouemang à prendre la parole s'il a encore quelque chose à ajouter par rapport à cette résolution.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me an opportunity to respond to the additional points raised by my fellow colleagues. If the President allow me to speak from here. Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Honorable President, for the opportunity. Indeed, let's appreciate the input first from Honorable Saminadin for seconding the motion as put forward by South Africa, but also secondly to appreciate the Honorable Moa and also Honorable delegate from Madagascar for indeed illustrating that the Malabo Convention in the respective countries is in practice. But more than that, let's also appreciate their commitment to the regional cooperation in order to mitigate the challenges as put and posed by this cyber threat. And it is must be appreciated that the case studies that they have shared with us will go a long way in terms of repositioning ourselves as the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, in terms of positioning ourselves to confront these mammoth challenges that is threatening our economy. Other than that, Honorable President, let me submit in appreciating the inputs from our honorable members because it reinforces the motion as put forward by South Africa. Thank you.
Merci, honorable Mwaimang, pour votre précision de tout à l'heure. Maintenant, je vais soumettre cette résolution à notre adoption. Je tiens à rappeler qu'il s'agit de résolution sur le renforcement de la cybersécurité dans la région de la Sadc, en renforçant la capacité institutionnelle et des cadres juridiques viables en vue de donner une riposte aux menaces de plus en plus sérieuses sur la cybercriminalité dans notre région. Y a-t-il des objections? Sinon, la résolution est adoptée avec applaudissements. Maintenant, j'invite Madame la Secrétaire générale à prononcer le troisième ordre du jour.
Notice of motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and climate change in the Sadc region.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire générale. Comme vous l'avez bien souligné, il s'agit des propositions de résolution sur le renforcement des liens entre la santé sexuelle et reproductive et droits d'une part, et le changement climatique dans la région de la Sadc d'autre part, par l'honorable Napo Masuesue de Losoto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, on the 6th of June, 2025, I rise before this 55th Plenary Assembly session of the Sadc PF to move a motion that the Plenary Assembly do adopt a motion that the Plenary Assembly do adopt a motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and the climate change in the Sadc region. I so move.
Merci, honorable Monsieur Soué, c'est ça? OK. Maintenant, je vais demander à l'assistance s'il y a quelqu'un qui souhaite appuyer la motion? Oui, la délégation de Madagascar. Tiens.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. J'appuie la motion.
C'était pas un sabotage, hein, c'est un oubli. OK, merci pour votre appui, honorable Louve. Maintenant, je donne la parole, redonne la parole à l'honorable Mosweswe.
Thank you, Mr. President. May you allow me to move that the 57th Plenary Assembly session of the Sadc PF, in recognizing the growing urgency and profound regional significance of addressing the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and climate change in the Sadc region. In noting with concern that impacts of climate change, including prolonged droughts, floods, food and water insecurity, and displacement are intensifying across the Sadc region and disproportionately affecting women, girls, young people, persons with disabilities, and those living in poverty. Further noting that the climate-induced disruptions hinder access to essential SRHR services, including maternal health care, contraception, HIV prevention and treatment, menstrual hygiene, support and protection from gender-based violence. Acknowledging compelling data by UNFPA on the disproportionate impact of climate change on SRHR outcomes, including the following facts. Over 80% of those displaced by climate disasters are women. Female-headed households lose 34% more income due to heat compared to those of their male counterparts. 25 million girls are projected to drop out of school annually by 2025 due to climate-related impacts. 22 of those of the most affected countries are in Africa. A 4% decrease, a 4% rise in temperature could triple the incident of intimate partner violence, IPV, in sub-Saharan Africa from 48 million of 140 million cases by 2060. In Malawi alone, 1.5 million girls cite a risk of child marriage due to climate-related stressors. And despite this realities, only 2 out of 15 Sadc national determined contributors, NDCs, mention gender-based violence, GBV. 3 reference HIV and none addresses harmful practices of menstrual health. Concerned that such crises exacerbate vulnerabilities and associated with increasing early and forced marriages, unintended pregnancies, school dropouts, and gender-based violence, thereby reversing the progress of gender equality and public health. Cognizant with strong evidence that promoting SRHR in the context of climate change enhances community resilience, strengthens health systems, and support inclusive and equitable adoptions and mitigation strategies. Alarmed that SRHR considerations are frequently omitted from national and regional climate policies, disaster risk reduction strategies, and climate finance frameworks. Recalling the commitments under the Sadc model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children from who are already in marriages, the Sadc SRHR strategy 2019 to 2030, the Maputo Plan of Action, the Paris Agreement, and the International Conference on Population and Development ICPD Program of Action. Further recognizing that integrating SRHR into climate change responses promotes community resilience, public health and sustainable development in alignment with the Agenda of 2030 and Agenda 2063. Now, therefore, Mr. President, this assembly should urge the member parliaments to actively champion the integration of SRHR into national climate change policies, adaptation plans, and disaster risk reduction frameworks. And it should call upon SADC member states to ensure that climate finance, including from the Green Climate Fund and national budgets, support access to comprehensive SRHR services as part of climate resilience initiatives. Encourages all stakeholders to promote cross-sectoral coordination among environment, health, gender, youth, and disaster response sectors in addressing the SRHR climate change nexus. Calls for a full and meaningful participation of women, youth, marginalized groups in shaping climate and SRHR-related policies and responses at all levels. Urges the relevant parliamentary portfolio committees at national and regional levels to prioritize oversight policies, dialogue, and regional cooperation in critical intersections, and mandates the SADC PF Secretariat to facilitate the documentation, dissemination of best practices, research, and policy options in integrating SRHR into climate change responses, and to report on the progress constantly. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Monsieur Wessé, de votre intervention. Maintenant, j'invite l'honorable Louve de Madagascar de prononcer son discours d'appui.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je m'appelle Dr Ferrouvana Louvanerina Célestin. Je suis député de Madagascar et membre de la Commission permanente du développement humain et social et programmes spéciaux. Monsieur le Président de Sadc et mon président à l'Assemblée nationale malagasy, honorable speaker, chef de délégation, en particulier l'honorable président du Zimbabwe, honorable assistance à vos rangs et grades respectifs. Je soutiens fermement cette motion essentielle sur l'intégration de la santé et droits sexuels et reproductifs dans les politiques de lutte contre le changement climatique dans l'ensemble de notre région d'Afrique australe. En tant que représentant de Madagascar, l'un des pays les plus touchés par le changement climatique, je parle non seulement par principe, mais aussi par expérience. La crise climatique dans notre région n'est pas seulement écologique et économique, elle est profondément personnelle, profondément sociale et profondément genrée. Dans le sud de Madagascar, les sécheresses prolongées et les conditions météorologiques imprévisibles n'ont pas seulement entraîné de mauvaises récoltes, elles ont provoqué la faim, des abandons scolaires, des mariages des enfants et un accès très limité aux services de santé reproductive. Il ne s'agit pas d'événements isolés, mais de réalités qui se répètent dans de nombreux États membres de la SADC. Cette motion répond à ces réalités vécues. Elle affirme que l'action climatique doit être inclusive et fondée sur la dignité humaine.
que la santé reproductive et génétique ne soit pas une note de bas de page, mais elle est essentielle à la résilience, à l'équité et à la justice. En soutenant cette motion, j'exprime mon soutien total et inébranlable à l'inclusion explicite de la santé et droits sexuels et reproductifs dans les plans et stratégies nationaux d'adaptation au climat, à l'allocation d'un financement spécifique dans les budgets nationaux pour les services de la SDSR dans les zones vulnérables au climat et à un engagement parlementaire ferme en faveur de politiques axées sur les personnes sensibles au genre et tournées vers l'avenir. Monsieur le Président, si nous prenons au sérieux la justice climatique, nous devons prendre au sérieux la santé et les droits sexuels et reproductifs. Veillons à ce qu'aucune femme, aucune fille, aucune communauté rurale ou marginalisée ne soit laissée pour compte dans notre réponse à ces défis mondiaux. J'invite tous les députés à soutenir cette proposition, non seulement en parole, mais aussi en acte. Monsieur le Président, j'exprime mon soutien à cette motion. Merci.
Merci, honorable Dr Louvre, pour votre intervention et surtout pour votre soutien à cette résolution. Maintenant, je vais soumettre cette résolution à notre débat et ceux et celles qui souhaitent prendre la parole, qu'ils se manifestent. Voilà. Je vais commencer par la délégation de Mozambique.
Muito obrigado pela palavra, Excelência. Saudar ao plenário. O meu nome é Ivandro Jordão Almeida Franco Massingue e deputado da delegação de Moçambique. E, em primeiro, gostávamos de saudar e apoiar este projeto de resolução referente à saúde sexual e reprodutiva e à crise climática na região. Gostava ainda de referenciar que Moçambique é um dos países mais vulneráveis aos impactos das mudanças climáticas, enfrentando desafios como ciclones intensos, inundações, secas, prolongadas e elevação do nível do mar. Esses fenômenos têm impactado significativamente a economia, a segurança alimentar e o bem-estar da população. E tivemos, infelizmente, nos últimos tempos, impactos ou eventos climáticos extremos, a exemplo dos ciclones Idai, Kenneth, Fred, que de forma negativa contribuíram para um retrocesso do nosso país, da nossa economia, da infraestrutura do nosso país, e gostávamos também ainda de recomendar que analisemos possíveis soluções para mitigar estes impactos, partindo do pressuposto de que as mudanças climáticas vieram para ficar e que soluções nós poderíamos empreender para fazer face a esses fenômenos climáticos, a partir mesmo até da nossa engenharia. Que tipo de engenharia e infraestrutura podemos adotar para que possa ser uma engenharia de infraestrutura resiliente a estes impactos climáticos. Muito obrigado. É com estas palavras que gostávamos de apoiar este projeto de resolução. Obrigado.
Merci, honorable, pour votre soutien. Maintenant, pardon. Oui, je vais vous donner la parole. Maintenant, nous allons poursuivre avec la délégation de Mozambique d'abord. Il y a Mozambique, il y a Eswatini, il y a les Autos qui vont prendre la parole. Et vous, c'est dans quelle délégation? Là-bas? Les Autos, oui. Mais Mozambique a déjà pris la parole. Maintenant, c'est Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for allowing me this opportunity to add a voice in support of this important motion. My name is Honorable Nokutula Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Mr. President, I must mention that Eswatini is doing a lot regarding this motion. Hence, I am not going to repeat what has already been said earlier. Mr. President, early this year, the country experienced heavy rains and severe flooding. Many rivers overflowed and some bridges were washed away. In this difficult condition, government made sure that no one was left behind. People who needed food, SRH services, access to health care, students trying to get to school, and workers commuting to their jobs all were supported. In some areas, helicopters were used to cross flooded rivers. Drone facilities were used to deliver medical drugs to affected areas, ensuring that critical services reached everyone. Honorable President, in Eswatini, Women Farmer Foundation, in partnership with the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, engaged the youth and women in climate-smart agriculture in transformational training. This was held on the 16th of May, 2025. The training, Mr. Speaker, was a catalyst movement. It was a rich and practical curriculum designed to equip young women and youth with world skills, including tunnel crop production, using climate-smart techniques that promote year-round controlled environment farming. The youth were also trained in agri-processing and packaging, enabling them to add value to raw produce and create market-ready products. The youth and young women were also introduced to technologies such as solar power irrigation systems, digital crop monitoring tools, and environmentally friendly farming inputs. Mr. President, Government of the Kingdom of Eswatini is in a bid to construct proper climate-smart houses for elderly and OVC. Okay. Government of the Kingdom of Eswatini is in a bid to construct proper climate-smart houses for elderly people and orphaned and vulnerable children, which is a huge milestone and will significantly benefit their SRHR and enhance their resilience to climate change. Well-designed homes will improve their living conditions, reduce health risk, and increase their ability to cope with environmental hazards. The country is doing away with stick and mud houses as a mitigation measure, Mr. President. Mr. President, in January 2025, Eswatini partnered with Google to integrate advanced tools into the Government in Your Hand initiative. This partnership has made Eswatini become the first country in Africa to partner with Google in bringing government services to the people through the convenience of electronic devices. This collaboration aims to enhance public service delivery, and empower the youth with digital skills, making Eswatini a leader in digital transformation on the continent. This partnership will enhance access to information and services related to SRHR, empower women and youth, and facilitate climate-related initiatives. Google Technologies will facilitate access to information on SRHR, including contraception, maternal health, and gender-based violence prevention. On another note, Mr. President, in March 2025, the Kingdom launched 5G services. This move positively impacts SRHR and climate change efforts by improving internet access and connectivity. This will enable better access to information, education resources, and telehealth services, ultimately improving individuals and communities to address SRHR needs and take action on climate change. This is a real boost to the e-health initiative, Mr. President. In conclusion, Mr. President, I would like to acknowledge the Eswatini government's strong commitment to ensuring that all people, in particular women and youth, do access SRHR services, even in the face of climate change. With this said, Mr. President, allow me to end my presentation with this quote in support of the adoption of this motion. I quote, "Investing in youth and women is not just a moral imperative, it's an economic one." I close quote. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Merci, honorable, pour votre intervention. Maintenant, je vais donner la parole à la délégation des autos.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Honorable Makatleo Motswasili from Lesotho. Honorable President, I rise to support the motion. Honorable President, the nexus between sexual reproductive health and rights and climate change cannot be overlooked or denied. Climate change poses risks to our human rights, and practical evidence has shown that women, girls, and people living with disabilities are the ones who have been greatly affected by the sour impacts of climate change. Honorable President, it is a shocking reality that in this day and age, we have places in our rural areas where there are no health services, places where expectant mothers walk under the scorching sun or heavy rains and storms and cross flooded rivers to access medical facilities, thereby risking their lives and that of their unborn babies. Due to impacts of climate change and lack of healthcare services in the rural areas, expectant mothers are forced to give birth at home and with the assistance of unskilled community members, which consequently leads to loss of life or either the mother or the child. Honorable President, due to the extreme weather patterns, we have witnessed increased migration and population displacement, food insecurity, economic stress, and conflicts, which subsequently results in increase in transmission of infectious diseases, as well as disruption of healthcare services, including disruption in accessing HIV prevention, testing and treatment services. A review of evidence from Africa found that when droughts occur, food and water insecurity have biggest effect on people's ability to keep taking HIV treatment. Honorable President, Climate change also presents barriers for proper management of menstrual health by women and girls, as it limits them from accessing clean water for bathing. Scarcity of water compels women and girls to walk increasingly longer distance to find potable water for their families, making them vulnerable to sexual assaults. Disasters such as flooding, cyclones, and wildfires can also contribute to gender-based violence. It is in this regard, Honorable President, that I call upon us as members of Parliament to enact laws, develop policies, and disaster risk reduction strategies that will be responsive to this prevailing trend of climate change nexus, sexual reproductive health and rights. It is imperative that we work towards advocating for national budgets that are responsive to devastating impacts of climate change. We should also advocate for the ratification as well as domestication of international agreements on climate change, such as the Paris Agreement, International Conference on Population and Development Programs for Action, and the Maputo Plan of Action. While ratifying and entering into such agreements, let us also remember the importance of measures that should be taken to eradicate effects of climate change on women and girls. I also call upon all members of Parliament through their relevant national committees to exercise their oversight role on executive to ensure that plans, strategies, and measures that put in place for climate change nexus, sexual reproductive health and rights are brought to fruition. In conclusion, Honorable President, I wish to indicate that climate change is not just an environmental crisis, it is a human rights issue which requires collaboration of Sadc member states to develop policies, strategies, and laws to harness the effect of climate change on sexual reproductive health and rights issues. It is upon us as member states to collaborate in enhancing SRH healthcare service delivery, such as maternal healthcare services, contraceptives, HIV prevention and treatment, menstrual hygiene, as well as protecting women and girls against gender-based violence. With these few remarks, Honorable President, I support the motion and thank you.
Merci, Honorable Président, pour votre soutien. Maintenant, je donne d'abord la parole à la délégation de l'Angola et puis ensuite de Madagascar. Et c'est quelle délégation? Botswana, oui. Angola, Madagascar et puis Botswana.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Eu sou Luísa Damião, deputada de Angola. Gostaria, em primeiro lugar, de saudar esta moção que está a ser apresentada sobre saúde sexual e reprodutiva versus alterações climáticas, mas não podemos falar deste assunto sem nos recordarmos que existe já um projeto do Fórum Parlamentar da Sadc sobre saúde sexual e reprodutiva, que Angola subscreveu e tem estado a realizar várias ações neste sentido, que têm sido marcadas, em primeiro lugar, pela capacitação parlamentar, uma sensibilização nas comunidades e também o fortalecimento do quadro legislativo nacional. Durante este período que estamos a levar a cabo este projeto, tivemos várias realizações de sessões de sensibilização parlamentar com os nossos deputados, no sentido de promovermos o reforço do papel legislativo na defesa dos direitos humanos e da igualdade do género. A Assembleia Nacional priorizou também a análise e revisão de marcos legais relativos à eliminação do casamento infantil e também o acesso aos serviços de saúde sexual e reprodutiva e do combate à violência baseada no género. Gostaria de partilhar também com esta magna Assembleia que realizamos visitas de fiscalização parlamentar aos vários centros de saúde, com o objetivo de monitorar as políticas públicas e a disponibilidade de serviços de saúde reprodutiva em várias áreas do nosso país, sem esquecermos as campanhas de comunicação e advocacia pública, no sentido de fazermos entender, tanto aos técnicos como os utentes dos serviços, a necessidade de estarem informados sobre esta temática. Conseguimos realizar essas ações em conjunto com os nossos parceiros governamentais e também com algumas agências das Nações Unidas. Qual foi o impacto que nós ganhamos com isso? Maior acesso à informação e consciencialização das comunidades sobre este projeto e também o fortalecimento dos serviços de saúde sexual e reprodutiva. Não há dúvidas que esta temática está ligada também à questão da crise ambiental, que nós entendemos que deve exigir uma velocidade sem precedentes num roteiro de cooperação entre os nossos países, no sentido de encontrarmos soluções conjuntas, eficazes e eficientes. Por isso, queríamos saudar esta moção, que nos proporciona um debate construtivo, onde juntos podemos encontrar soluções. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Merci, honorable, pour votre soutien. Et maintenant, je vais donner la parole à la délégation de Madagascar.
Monsieur le Président, honorable assistance, je me permets de prendre la parole aujourd'hui pour partager avec vous une expérience vécue il y a à peine quelques mois de cela à Madagascar. Je me trouvais sur une rive où on devait traverser en pirogue et il y avait une femme enceinte sur le point d'accoucher. Nous avions donc prévenu la pirogue qui se trouvait à 2 heures sur l'autre rive où il y a également le soin de centre de santé où elle pouvait accoucher. Au bout de 2 heures d'attente, la pirogue est arrivée. Nous avons donc pu traverser 2 heures encore, ce qui fait donc une attente de 4 heures. Ce fut choquant, car la femme est morte dans la pirogue, certainement suite à des complications, mais nous n'avons pas pu atteindre l'autre berge donc à temps. Si je vous fais part de cette expérience aujourd'hui, c'est pour mettre le point sur l'insuffisance des moyens de transport, l'enclavement de nos régions et l'insuffisance des centres de santé de base. Alors, notre solidarité à tous est de mise. Nous devons nous donner la main. Si nous ne le faisons pas, personne ne le fera pour nous. Soyons forts ensemble et soutenons toutes ces motions. Merci.
Merci, honorable Sophie, pour votre intervention et votre témoignage aussi. Maintenant, je vais donner la parole à la délégation de Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in February this year, Botswana faced severe flooding which resulted in displacement of women and children from their homes. This displacement meant women could not get access to some health services, and some of them lost their health records, critical medicine, and basic amenities that ultimately affected their health. Such displacement also meant some of the women found themselves seeking shelter in neighbors and relatives, thereby exposing themselves to gender-based violence. We therefore recognize the need to develop a framework linking health services and climate action, as climate change ultimately affects the general health of our people, especially women and children. I therefore support adoption of this motion, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci, honorable. Y a-t-il encore parmi les...
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I forget to tell this honorable house my name. Lee Petri Liskedi from Parliamentary. Thank you.
Ok, merci. Y a-t-il encore parmi les distingués participants souhaitant prendre la parole? Oui, l'honorable speaker of Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable President. Namibia also wishes to support the motion that is put on the table for mainstreaming sexual and reproductive health right issues in climate change management. We would like to add that Namibia is one of the most affected countries by climate change. And we have prioritized mainstreaming climate change management in our national policies. But one of the challenges that we've experienced is that because of the categorization of some of our countries as middle-income countries, support that comes from international funding organizations does discriminate against these countries, whereas they are amongst the most affected in terms of supporting our mitigating measures and our mainstreaming measures. So we would like to call for the forum to urge our parliaments to advocate for support to climate change management that considers the impact of climate change instead of focusing on artificial criteria such as income levels of countries. That is one. Secondly, to advocate for countries in the north that are the main contributors to global warming and climate change to live up to the commitments that were made internationally to support climate change management in order that we can mitigate the impact of climate change on the livelihood of countries around the world. I support the motion.
Merci, honorable présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de Namibie, pour votre soutien à cette motion. Il y a encore des intervenants. Honorable Speaker of Lesotho.
No, President. I was just indicating to the Speaker of Namibia that the flag was still up. So, thank you.
Ah, d'accord, ok, merci, honorable speaker. S'il n'y a plus de questions ou d'observations, je vais donc soumettre cette résolution. Non, je vais d'abord donner la parole à l'honorable Moussouessoué à répondre à des questions qui ont été posées ou à apporter des clarifications par rapport à tout ce qui a été dit.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to appreciate all the contributions that have been put forth by my fellow I would like to have a comment, or before that, all comments that have been made here are a clear evidence that indeed climate change imposes challenges that cannot be ignored. And all contributions that have been made are also evident that there are certain groups in our communities which are more impacted by climate change than others. And I think what is important as we try to deal with this motion is to establish that the keyword here is the nexus, because both topics, being the climate change and being sexual and reproductive health and rights, they are well appreciated. They've been dealt with now for quite some time. But now, what is important, what this motion tries to establish here, it's the connection between the two. And we cannot miss that. We cannot deal with this motion as though we are dealing with either climate change issues or we are dealing with either sexual and reproductive health and rights issues. I think the other thing that I would like to comment on is the fact that it is clear that countries have already embarked on dealing with the impact of climate on marginalized groups, especially women and young girls. The submissions made by Eswatini from Honorable Noctula, they show that there are already programs in place, and the contributions made by the Honorable Member from the Parliament of Angola indicate that there are already programs in place trying to deal with this. So it is important that as we embark on this journey, we should try to establish the best practices or the best programs or the good programs that are already in place from country to country. A strong emphasis has been made that we should be collaborative as the SADC countries. So we should be looking into each other's programs and try to establish who is doing it the best way. By so saying, Mr. President, I would like to say all contributions have been noted, and thank you very much.
Merci, honorable Moussouessoué, pour votre intervention complémentaire. Et maintenant, nous allons passer à l'adoption de cette résolution. Et à titre de rappel, il s'agit des résolutions, c'est-à-dire la proposition de résolution sur le renforcement du lien entre la santé sexuelle et reproductive et droit d'une part, et les changements climatiques dans la région de la Sadc d'autre part. Y a-t-il des objections? Sinon, la résolution est adoptée avec applaudissements. Maintenant, j'invite la secrétaire générale à procéder à la lecture du 4e ordre du jour. Après, nous allons prendre une pause.
Notice of motion on the increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the Sadc region.
Il s'agit des propositions de résolution sur des efforts accrus en vue d'assurer la prévention de la propagation du VIH-Sida dans la région de la Sadc par l'honorable Bongekossi Success Madikizela de l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the host, Honorable Mutenda, the leaders of the delegation, all protocol observed. I, Bongosi Matigizela from South Africa, propose that a motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the Sadc region be adopted by this 57th plenary.
Merci, honorable Madikizela. Y a-t-il parmi nous quelqu'un qui souhaite appuyer cette motion? Oui, de Botswana. Oui.
The motion. Forward Murolong from Botswana, I second the motion. Thank you.
Merci, honorable Morolan. Maintenant, je redonne la parole à l'honorable pour l'exposer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Noting that the adverse effect of the HIV and AIDS epidemic on social, political, and economic development remains one of the most pressing challenges facing the Sadc region as it strives towards deeper integration. Concerned that the Sadc region continues to bear a disproportionate burden of the global HIV epidemic, with approximately 34% of all people living with HIV worldwide residing in the region, according to UNAIDS. Acknowledging that HIV and AIDS have had an unprecedented and devastating impact on the entire region, with high levels of adult mortality leading to increasing numbers of orphans, with more than 5.5 million children aged 0 to 17 years orphaned by the end of 2003, and in some member states, as many as 20% of children have lost one or both parents to the disease. Recalling the Sadc Declaration on Accelerating Action to End AIDS, a binding regional commitment to eliminate AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, through recalling the Sadc Declaration, through recalling the Sadc Declaration on Acceleration AIDS, Action to End AIDS, a binding regional commitment to eliminate HIV and AIDS as a public health threat in Sadc by region 2030 through 1, scaling up prevention and societal mobilization, 2, expanding access to counseling, testing, treatment, and support services, 3, mobilizing increased financial resources to combat HIV and AIDS, and 4, enhancing monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. Further recalling Articles 26 and 27 of the Sadc Protocol on Gender and Development, which mandates Sadc member states to address gender-specific healthcare needs relating to HIV and AIDS, while ensuring universal access to treatment for all infected individuals and the protection of girls from harmful practices. Concerned that the declining official development assistance for HIV programs threatens the sustainability of gains made across the region, For instance, UNAIDS reports that global resources available for HIV responses in low and middle income countries fell to 20.8 billion US dollars in 2022, over $8 billion short of the estimated annual need by 2025. Alarmed that unless urgent steps are taken to bridge the funding gap, progress towards achieving the 95-95-95 targets and eliminating vertical transmission in children may be reversed. Recognizing that increased domestic financing is not only vital to mitigate donor withdrawal, but also essential for building long-term resilient health systems capable of sustaining HIV prevention and treatment efforts. Emphasizing the critical role of national parliaments in securing adequate domestic budget allocation for HIV responses, strengthening legal frameworks, holding governments accountable, and ensuring inclusive stakeholder engagement. Now, therefore, calls on SADC member states to, 1, expedite the full implementation of the SADC Declaration on accelerating action to end AIDS by 2030, also known as the Dar es Salaam Declaration for Action to End AIDS in Children by 2030, with particular focus on regional coordination and shared accountability. Secondly, move with greater urgency to implement measures to fulfill the 10 key commitments outlined in the declaration that need to be made to end AIDS in children, particularly ensuring universal free testing and treatment for all children and adolescents with HIV and access to treatment and care for all pregnant and breastfeeding women. Invest in and scale up innovative digital technologies to engage adolescents and young people to ensure that they receive comprehensive, integrated, youth-friendly HIV prevention and treatment services. Work proactively with civil society organizations and communities, including men and boys, to prevent gender-based violence and counter harmful gender norms that perpetuate HIV vulnerability. Prioritize sustainable domestic financing for HIV responses in national budgets with active parliamentary oversight to ensure accountability and alignment with international commitments. And lastly, strengthen the capacity of parliaments to engage in health financing processes, advocate for equity and efficiency in resource allocation, and champion the needs of key populations and vulnerable groups. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable, pour votre intervention. Maintenant, j'invite l'honorable Morolang de prononcer son discours d'appui.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members, I rise to express my full support for the motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the Sadc region. According to UNAIDS, there has been major progress in the HIV response in Eastern and Southern Africa, the region most affected by the HIV pandemic. The annual number of people acquiring HIV fell by 59% from 1.1 million to 450,000 between 2010 and 2023. By the same breath, the number of HIV-related deaths decreased by 57% from 600,000 to 260,000 between 2010 and 2023.
but nonetheless, as acknowledged by the regional body, one of the greatest challenges facing SADC member states as they move towards greater integration is the adverse effects of the HIV and AIDS pandemic on social, political, and economic development. The region has the highest levels of HIV prevalence globally. For instance, DNA's 2022 report makes it clear that while progress in the Southern African region has been substantial, the region remains the world's most heavily affected by HIV. It is estimated that 20 million people, 50% of all people living with HIV, live in this region. It is recognized by member states that one of the greatest challenges facing the SADC is the adverse impact of the HIV and AIDS pandemic on social, health, and economic development. Article 27 of the Protocol on Gender and Development is dedicated to this reality, compelling member states to develop gender-sensitive strategies to prevent new infections and to ensure universal access to HIV and AIDS treatment for infected women, men, girls, and boys. In a more analytical vein, it can be argued that some factors that contribute to the spread of HIV in the region include, inter alia, extreme poverty and income inequalities, high mobility and migrant labor between rural and urban areas within countries and between member states, gender dynamics and gender-based violence, illiteracy, stigma and discrimination, alcohol abuse, emergency situations such as civil conflict, war and displacements, multiple sexual partners, low rates of male circumcision, cultural determinants such as cleansing. According to UNAIDS, the SADC region continues to bear a disproportionate burden on the global HIV and AIDS epidemic, accounting for a significant share of new infections and HIV/AIDS-related deaths. Cumulatively, this reality not only threatens public health, but also undermines socio-economic development, weakens health systems, and erodes human capital. What will compound the problem further moving forward is the impact of US funding cuts on HIV programs in East and Southern Africa. According to UNAIDS and NGOs working in this area, the UN funding cuts have already resulted in thousands of health workers being retrenched, programs halted, reduced access to HIV prevention, unavailability of data system and other related services, and the dismantling of community health systems. As such, this motion serves as a clarion call to parliaments and governments in the region, not only to expedite the signing of the SADC Declaration on accelerating action to end HIV, to end AIDS by 2030, which is also known as the Jerusalem Declaration for Action to End AIDS in Children by 2030, and increase efforts to prevent the prevalence and spread of HIV/AIDS in the region, but also to focus inwardly and reduce dependency on external Western and foreign aid. Develop context-specific strategies and measures for strengthening national and regional HIV prevention programs with a focus on youth, women, key populations, and vulnerable communities. Explore other venues for mobilizing resources for continued universal access to testing, treatment, care, including antiretroviral therapy and psychosocial support. Harness parliamentary diplomacy to deepen regional cooperation mechanisms, shared best practices, resources, and innovations, and prioritize the integration of HIV services into broader health systems to build resilience and sustainability. Lastly, thus as Parliament of Botswana, we reaffirm our shared responsibility to protect the health, dignity, and future of every citizen in the SADC region, and we wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you for your attention and support for this.
Merci, honorable Murolong. pour votre discours de soutien à cette motion. Et maintenant, il est temps de débattre cette résolution. Et je demande à celles qui souhaitent prendre la parole de se manifester. Eswatini, délégation de l'Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for allowing me to pass my comment on this important motion. As a country, Eswatini has achieved something truly historic. We've met the ambitious UN 2030 HIV target of 95, 95, 95. 95% of people living with HIV know their status. The other 95% of those is for those that are on treatment. And the last 95% is for those on treatment and have suppressed their virus. This is really commendable, Honorable President. It means fewer people in the country are getting sick and more people are living longer, healthier lives. What made this progress possible is our commitment to new and bold approaches in healthcare, targeting education and behavioral change. A good example is the dapivirine vaginal ring, DVR. This has been a breakthrough, Honorable President, especially for women. For the first time, women have something they can control themselves. And when it arrived, we welcomed it with both hands. We didn't wait, we used it. We trusted it, and we're already seeing its impact in slowing down the spread of HIV in the kingdom. Now, as a country, we are waiting eagerly for the arrival of the long-acting injectable cabotegravir, CABLA. It promises even greater protection with less frequent doses, which means more convenience and more consistency in prevention. We believe it will take us even further in this fight. Mr. President, this is about more than medicine or statistics. It's about hope. It's about giving our people the tools and the power to protect themselves and their loved ones. I thank you very much in support of this motion.
Merci, honorable, pour votre soutien. Maintenant, je vais donner la parole aux membres des délégations de la Zambie, Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da Sadc. Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Presidente dos Parlamentos da Sadc. Todo o protocolo observado. Eu chamo-me Simone Muhambi Makuyana, sou membro do Parlamento moçambicano. E queria começar por apoiar esta resolução, porque entendemos nós como moçambicanos que esta resolução é de grande importância para melhorar a saúde dos nossos povos. E queria chamar aqui a atenção de Vossas Excelências que em Moçambique o HIV-Sida é um problema de todos nós. Significa, é um assunto que não só é tratado pelo governo ou o parlamento. É o parlamento, é o governo, é a sociedade civil, são os tradicionais, são associações. Todos nós estamos empenhados na prevenção e combate ao HIV-Sida. Queria aqui trazer que nos adultos em Moçambique, entre 15 aos 49 anos, a percentagem de prevalência é de 12,9%. Significa que é uma cifra muito elevada. E nós também queríamos aqui dizer depois de acordos de orçamento para essa área, que na altura cerca de 96% era da comunidade internacional e o Estado moçambicano tinha 4% aproximadamente. Hoje, o governo tem feito esforços para encontrar fontes alternativas para garantir que, de fato, nenhum moçambicano mora por causa da HIV-Sida. E também queria aqui, com a vossa permissão, chamar a atenção, pedir a todos os nossos parlamentares, e em particular nossos líderes, que, da mesma forma que o mundo, em menos de um ano, se não me engano, conseguiu uma vacina em relação ao Covid-19, penso também devia se empreender um outro esforço para que, de facto, haja também vacina para HIV. Porque para nós, africanos e como moçambicano, é muito difícil perceber como é que o mundo tão desenvolvido não consegue, depois de 40 anos, uma vacina eficaz na luta contra a HIV-Sida, quando em menos de um ano conseguiu uma vacina eficaz na luta contra o Covid-19. Este é o desafio e gostaria, aproveitando Sua Excelência Presidente e Sua Excelência Presidente que estão aqui, que faça um lobby suficiente para que o mundo, de facto, possa apoiar a África Austral. Como foi dito aqui, que a África Austral é a região mais afetada pelo HIV-Sida. Termino, excelências, mais uma vez, apoiando a aprovação da resolução em nome de Moçambique, em nome de Sua Excelência Vice-Presidente que está aqui conosco, que seja aprovada a resolução com as devidas adaptações, porque houve algumas contribuições que poderão eventualmente refletir na própria resolução. E muito obrigado.
Merci, honorable Agostino, c'est ça, de votre intervention. Maintenant, je vais donner la parole à Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in support of the motion which has been tabled. And with these few remarks, I'd like to reiterate Botswana's stand. The integrated behavioral and biological surveillance support reports shows that the HIV incidence remains a concern, particularly among key populations in Botswana. The survey revealed alarming HIV prevalence rates of 42.8% among female sex workers and 16% among transgender individuals. My government recently developed a national HIV, TB, and human rights training toolkit that aims to integrate human rights, gender, and gender-based violence responses into Botswana national HIV and TB strategies. It has been realized, Mr. President, that the youth aged 15 to 24 account for a significant portion of new HIV infections. According to BIAS, the government through NAPA, that is the ministry, and other stakeholders leverages on the civil society to reach young people with targeted interventions, ensuring they are equipped to make informed decisions about their sexual health. I must note that Botswana has made exceptional progress in the fight against HIV, Mr. President. In fact, we have exceeded the WHO's 95 targets. Over 95% of people with HIV know their status. Over 95% of those are on treatment. Over 95% of those on treatment have achieved an undetectable viral load. We cannot afford to be complacent Hence, we are persuaded, therefore, to support the motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the Sadc region. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, très honorable présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de la République de Botswana, pour votre intervention. Y a-t-il encore parmi les distingués participants qui souhaitent prendre la parole? Sinon, je vais donner maintenant la parole à l'honorable Madi Kijela à ajouter quelque chose par rapport à cette résolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking my colleague, Honorable Member Morolong, who seconded the motion, and also thank other contributors to the motion. I just want to say three things quickly and thank those who supported the motion. To say that it is going to be imperative for the member states to really plug the hole that has been left by the withdrawal of PEPFAR funding. Because it is a reality that many member states who relied on this funding are still grappling with the challenge to find replacements for this funding. And I think it's going to be critical for us to really work together and make sure that we plug that hole. Because the reality is that there is no reason for anyone to die of HIV/AIDS in 2025. As a region, we had made a significant progress with the assistance of that fund. And we shouldn't really allow that to reverse the gains that we have made. And I think we are also making a clarion call especially to all men, because the latest stats are really disturbing. If you look at the young girls phenomenon, and in South Africa, we are saying it is caused by this sugar daddy syndrome, or where us as older men are spreading this disease on younger women. And I think it will take courageous men like us to make sure that we speak against this, because that is currently now the most vulnerable group, and that is where the numbers are increasing. And therefore, really, we need to be brave enough and make that clarion call. So thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Madi Kijela, pour votre intervention. Maintenant, je vais soumettre cette résolution à notre vote. J'aimerais bien rappeler qu'il s'agit de la résolution sur des efforts accrus en vue d'assurer la prévention de la propagation du VIH/SIDA dans la région de la Sadc. Est-ce qu'il y a des objections? Sinon, la motion est adoptée avec applaudissements. Si vous voulez bien, nous allons faire une pause de 10 minutes et on revient dans la salle après cette pause. Good morning again. Oui, bonjour. Avant de commencer, je voudrais juste informer les forums qu'il y a des speakers qui ont présenté leurs excuses puisque leur vol est prévu cet après-midi. Donc, ils sont déjà partis puisque ça a été programmé avant. Il faut aussi souligner que nous avons perdu une journée à cause des symposiums. Donc, voilà, il faut que les forums soient informés de l'absence de 2 speakers déjà parmi nous. Maintenant, nous allons passer au 5e ordre du jour et je demande à Madame la secrétaire générale de bien vouloir procéder à la lecture du 5e ordre du jour.
Statement by Honorable Nelly B.K. Kashumba Muti, State Council, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, on a matter of importance to Sadc Parliamentary Forum concerning Zambia's constitutional reform in support of the Sadc gender parity target pursuant to Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
OK, j'aimerais juste préciser avant d'annoncer l'ordre du jour que les 2 speakers dont je vous ai parlé tout à l'heure, c'était la présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de l'Angola et c'est lui de Seychelles. Voilà. Maintenant, nous allons parler de l'importance pour les forums parlementaires de la Sadc concernant les réformes constitutionnelles de la Zambie en appui à l'objectif de la parité des genres dans la Sadc au titre de l'article 45 du règlement intérieur du forum. J'invite l'honorable président du Parlement de la Zambie, l'honorable Mouti, SC, à faire sa déclaration. Vous avez, Madame la Présidente, 5 minutes pour cette déclaration. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I seek permission to deliver the statement from where I'm seated? Your Excellency, President of Sadc Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers of Sadc PF member parliaments present and heads of delegations, may I simply say distinguished honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to address this distinguished assembly at a time when Zambia is undertaking critical reforms that speak directly to the shared aspirations of the Southern African Development Community of achieving a minimum of 50% women representation in Sadc parliaments. I am pleased to inform this August gathering that Zambia is taking decisive steps to achieve this threshold. Zambia is currently undertaking constitutional reform aimed at, among other things, increasing the number of women, youths, and persons with disability in parliament using the mixed member proportional representation electoral system. In this regard, the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Bill was published in the Government Gazette on 24th May 2025 as required by the law and is scheduled to be presented in Parliament in the next meeting of the House, which commences on 10th June 2025. Further, I am pleased to share that we have transformed the Zambia Women Parliamentary Caucus into a fully fledged parliamentary committee. The committee will become operational after the general elections in 2026. The committee's mandate includes studying and reporting to the House ways in which gender-responsive laws may be enacted. This is a strategic move to ensure that gender-focused issues receive sustained attention at parliamentary committee level, where much of the substantive work of Parliament takes place. Furthermore, recognizing the practical challenges that impede women's full participation in politics, and considering that we are going to have more youthful members of Parliament after the constitutional reforms, I am spearheading the construction of a creche within the precincts of the National Assembly of Zambia. The foundation stone for the creche was laid on the 27th of March 2025. We are working tirelessly to ensure that this creche is officially opened during the commemoration of the International Women's Day on 8th March 2026. The construction of the creche within the precincts of the National Assembly will offer several benefits, such as providing daycare services for young children of members of Parliament and staff. The creche will also provide accessible childcare, which will result in parents focusing on their parliamentary duties without much concern about the welfare of their children. In the short video that has been or is playing now in the background is the visual concept of what the creche will look like upon completion. And here we are not discriminating, it's both for men and women who have children. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you.
Merci, honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de la République de Zambie, pour votre déclaration. Maintenant, nous allons passer tout de suite au 6e. Ah non, on va d'abord adopter cette déclaration. Y a-t-il des objections? Sinon, nous allons adopter cette déclaration avec applaudissements encore. Voilà, nous allons passer à la 6e ordre du jour et j'invite Madame la Secrétaire générale à procéder à la lecture de cet ordre du jour.
Address by the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, ALMA, Special Ambassador, Professor Dr. Shilatlo, on the role of parliamentarians in elimination of malaria and NTDs in Southern Africa, pursuant to Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
Par rapport à cette déclaration, j'invite Son Excellence l'ambassadrice spéciale de l'Alliance des dirigeants africains sur le paludisme, professeur Sheila Toulou, à prendre la parole. Vous avez 15 minutes pour cette déclaration, Son Excellence.
President of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tockley, Speaker of Zimbabwe Parliament and host, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, Honorable Speakers of Sadc, National Parliaments and heads of delegations, Honorable members and distinguished delegates, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, and Chair of the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. It is an honor to be with you today, and I learned a lot during your deliberations. I'm delighted to let you know that in the last 2 years, the World Health Organization certified 2 of our own countries, Cabo Verde and Egypt, malaria-free. These 2 countries joined other countries in the continent, including 3 SADC countries of Lesotho, Mauritius, and Seychelles, which have been certified malaria-free. This stands as a testament to what can be achieved in Africa and indeed what can be achieved in terms of malaria elimination with unwavering commitment and collective action. We take great lessons from what was achieved by these countries, and it proves that a malaria-free SADC is possible, a malaria-free Africa is possible, and indeed a malaria-free world is possible. Excellencies, Africa is at the center of a perfect storm that threatens to disrupt essential life-saving malaria services. These include critical financial shortfalls for malaria programs linked to the ongoing financial crisis that has been outlined, the impact of climate change, insecticide and drug resistance, and humanitarian crisis, all of which need to be addressed urgently to prevent malaria upsurges. As a result, we are off track to meet our ambitious targets to end malaria, and we still bear the heaviest burden of the disease. According to WHO, there were 251 million malaria cases and 579,414 malaria deaths in the African Union member states in 2023. And progress has stalled since 2015 in a number of countries. These statistics translate into lives lost, families devastated, and communities burdened, particularly impacting women and children. Malaria not only jeopardizes individual health, but also undermines socio-economic development. Despite these gaps in the implementation, significant progress has been made in the region. The leadership and determination of our countries, as well as the commitment of our development partners, will enable us to achieve progress towards elimination. Indeed, through coordinated efforts, collaborative partnerships, research, innovation, and sustained accountability mechanisms, we can realize our vision of malaria elimination. After all, malaria is a pathfinder to health system strengthening, primary health care, pandemic preparedness and response, and a key example for addressing the impact of climate change on health. This has already been alluded to. African leaders have committed to ending malaria through several declarations, including the Abuja Declaration of 2001. In line with the drive to increase malaria resources, ALMA is supporting countries to establish malaria councils and funds which keep malaria high on the national development agenda. And these councils not only mobilize public and private sector domestic resources, but also bring together governments, members of parliament, civil society, traditional leaders, faith leaders, and the private sector to unlock resources in the country and therefore enhance long-term sustainability of the resources. So far, existing councils have mobilized over 150 million in resources, and I'm proud to say that Eswatini is one of the countries that is leading in raising these funds. Our countries must also increase domestic funding for malaria, for neglected tropical diseases, and health in general in face of declining ODO that has already been alluded. As members of parliament, you are uniquely positioned to ensure that you work with your colleagues to bridge some of these financial gaps. Excellencies, accountability at regional and country level is essential to achieve our ambitious goals, the goals that we have set for ourselves. The ALMA scorecard of accountability and action provides high-level summary of national performance of priority malaria and health indicators. And ALMA is committed to supporting ministers, parliamentarians, and other key decision makers by enhancing their capacity to access and to interpret real-time data. In short, a member of parliament is able to look at their constituency and see how well it is performing and ensure that resources are allocated to those areas where they're most needed. Our greatest resource also is that we have a human resource potential. With a population of over 1 billion people, of whom 65% are below the age of 35, Africa is indeed a youthful continent, and this presents both opportunities and challenges. We can't overemphasize the need to empower youth by defining and developing the right socio-economic and political environments that will help them. ALMA has been supporting the establishment of National Malaria Youth Corps, and this brings together a cadre of young people in existing leadership positions across sectors to mobilize youth-driven advocacy solutions to malaria elimination. And I'm proud to say that a number of your countries have already started mobilizing that. Excellencies, allow me to conclude by stating that we are encouraged by the work of Sadc in the fight against malaria. Malaria elimination needs multi-sectoral action across agriculture, education, environment, local government, and infrastructure. We need your advocacy in supporting cross-border malaria control initiatives with neighboring countries and supporting the development of malaria strategies, as well as sharing lessons learned and the best practices. We definitely are willing to work very well with you. That is why we are saying zero malaria starts with me, zero malaria starts with you, zero malaria starts with all of us. I thank you.
Je voudrais remercier Madame l'ambassadrice spéciale de l'Alliance des dirigeants africains sur le paludisme, professeur Saïla Toulou, pour cette prise de parole. Nous applaudissons encore Madame le professeur. Maintenant, nous allons passer au 7e ordre du jour et j'appelle Madame la secrétaire générale à prononcer cet ordre du jour.
Address by Honorable Alice Nomvula Poncho, Vice Chairperson of the Southern Africa Development Community Organization of Public Accounts Committees, SADCOPEC, pursuant to Rule 44.5 of the Rules of Procedure.
Comme Madame la secrétaire générale l'a bien souligné tout à l'heure, il s'agit des prises de parole de l'honorable Alice Nomvula Ponco, vice-présidente de l'Organisation des commissions des comptes publics des pays de la communauté de développement de l'Afrique australe, c'est-à-dire de la Sadc, en vertu de l'article 44, alinéa 5 du règlement intérieur de notre forum. J'invite donc la représentante, l'honorable Alice Nomvula Ponco, à s'adresser à l'Assemblée plénière. Vous avez la parole, Madame honorable.
Thank you, Mr. President, the President of Sadc Parliamentary Forum, and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Toki, the Speaker of the Parliament and host, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mutenda, Honorable Speakers of Sadc National Parliaments and heads of delegations, honorable members and distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Organization of Public Accounts Committees of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADCOPEC, I would like to extend my warmest greetings and unwavering support to the SADC Parliamentary Forum as you convene this critical 57th plenary session. The theme of this session is leveraging artificial intelligence and innovation to advance parliamentary excellence in our region. And I'm sure that it will be a great success. Mr. President, SADCOPEC believes that the SADC PF and SADCOPEC share a similar vision and mission. SADCOPEC aims at strengthening good governance and promoting transparency through mutual support
knowledge and experience amongst public accounts committees as a means of enhancing oversight. Sadc, Mr. President, is a voluntary organization which was established in 2003 and is composed of public accounts committees and similar committees representing 13 Sadc parliaments. As Sadc, we firmly believe that regional and continental cooperation is indispensable in strengthening the oversight role of parliaments and public accounts committees. Our collective ability to harness AI and innovation for enhanced financial accountability and governance will only bear fruits if anchored in one robust legislative framework, including the full adoption and implementation of Sadc model law on public finance management. 2, the sustained political will to modernize oversight mechanism and close accountability gaps. Thirdly, on strategic partnership, such as our Memorandum of Understanding with Sadc, which commits us to joint capacity building, knowledge exchange, and technological innovation for public account committees. Mr. President, the theme resonates deeply with our shared commitment to modernize governance, enhance transparency, and strengthen oversight principles enshrined in the Memorandum of Understanding between Sadc and Sadc, signed on the 21st of February 2022. This MOU underscores our collaborative resolve to 1, strengthen public account committees across Sadc, ensuring robust oversight of public finances. 2, to promote the ratification and domestication of key instruments, such as Sadc model law on public financial management to harmonize accountability standards. Thirdly, to share knowledge and innovation, including oil-driven tools to improve efficiency in parliamentary processes. Fourthly, to advocate for the implementation of Sadc protocols. Last but not least, Mr. President, is to conduct joint capacity building initiatives to empower legislators and auditors in safeguarding public resources. As we explore AI's transformative potential, let us also address its challenges, ethical implication, the data security, and equitable access to ensure innovation aligns with our democratic values. Sadc stands ready to collaborate with Sadc in piloting AI solutions that enhance budget tracking, audit automation, and citizen engagement, thereby deepening accountability. I commend Sadc for its leadership and reaffirm Sadc's commitment to our MOU's objectives. Together, we can harness technology to fortify parliamentary oversight, access regional integration, and deliver tangible benefits to the citizens of Sadc. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Bonko, de votre intervention. Je remercie la Sadc de cette résolution et je félicite l'excellent travail que les commissions des comptes publics mènent pour assurer une gestion des comptes publics saine dans nos États membres. Cela est de bon augure pour la transposition de la loi type de la Sadc sur la gestion des finances publiques dans le droit national de nos pays. Maintenant, nous allons passer au 8e ordre du jour et je demande à Madame la secrétaire générale de lire cet ordre du jour.
Addressed by the representative of the Election Commissions Forum of Sadc countries, ECF Sadc, Commissioner Glenn Mashinini, on commitment to partnership with Sadc Parliamentary Forum in promoting electoral reforms in the Sadc region through the domestication of the Sadc model law on elections pursuant to Rule 44.5 of the Rules of Procedure.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire générale, pour cette annonce. Maintenant, j'invite les représentants du Forum des commissions électorales des pays de la Sadc, le commissaire Glenn Massinini, à s'adresser à l'Assemblée. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Thank you. President of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Topi, the Dean and host, Honorable Advocate Mudenda, Honorable Speakers of the Sadc National Parliaments and heads of delegations present, Secretary General of Sadc Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Sekhoma, honorable members and delegates present, esteemed friends of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor to be provided this opportunity to address such an auspicious occasion of the 57th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum. Mr. President, permit me to start by expressing one's gratitude to the leadership of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum and the people of Zimbabwe for their warm welcome and hospitality. Further, allow me also to use this opportunity to thank and commend the conveners of this plenary assembly for their leadership they have demonstrated in creating this platform to provide a strategic partners an opportunity to address this important gathering, in addition to the signing of MOU scheduled for tomorrow. Such a platform enables mutual exchange on key governance and electoral matters of the Sadc region. This is an opportunity to present and consolidate our efforts and thinking on how to contribute to the mandate of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum in the spirit of regional cooperation and strengthening democracy in our beloved region. Mr. President, allow me to introduce the Electoral Commission's Forum of Sadc countries, in short, ECF Sadc. This is as a regional organization for electoral management bodies in the Southern African Development Community region. And without fear of contradiction, it is one of the best and organized EMB in our continent. This is an entity with a membership of 15 electoral commissions of the Sadc member states. Among its objectives is to ensure that its members provide peer support and share expertise by regular exchanges during and between elections, thus enabling EMBs to professionalize and draw the best practices in the conduct of elections in our regions. Very often people ask you, what do you guys do after elections? This is part of what we undertake, honorable members. The ECF has a long and constructive relationship with the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, which actually dates back to 1998 when the forum was established. The rationale for this relationship is vital to mitigate common challenges on governance, peace, and stability that both national parliaments and EMBs in the Sadc region
are responsible for. The collaboration and the envisaged MOU between ECF SADC and SADC PF will now actually formalize our long-standing relationship, a relationship that provides and facilitates organizational, technical alignment and electoral support between our institutions, as well as also with the electoral stakeholders, including the national, provincial, and local authorities, the government agencies, and political parties, then thus ensuring the endurance of constitutional democracy, the credibility of election, and most importantly, a lasting peace in our region. As the Electoral Commission Forum of SADC countries, we are confident that the technical skills and competencies of both SADC PF and ECF SADC have a proven track record in initiating technical support and innovative interventions for the benefits of national parliaments and EMPs in the region. For example, our collaboration, which would be confirmed by the Honorable Speaker, Madam Didiza, that in our country, both at provincial and national level, there is continuous collaboration leading to and post delivery of elections, which enables us to be aligned and be able to sustain the democracy and the mandates that both our institutions hold. And similarly, that's what is happening in other parts of our of the region with our member bodies. The two organizations work closely also in regional economic with regional economic communities, including the SADC Secretariat and the African Union. An incident is that we've just finished to provide the guidelines now that have been adopted by the AU on digital technology and information and misinformation. This was part of the collaborations that we're talking about. In conclusion, honorable members, our collaboration between ourselves as ECF SADC and SADC PF really makes an indispensable that we are in a position, therefore, to ensure that we realize our ideals, that of a free, a democratic, peaceful, and a prosperous SADC region. I thank you.
Je voudrais remercier le Forum des commissions électorales des pays de la SADC. Je me réjouis de l'engagement d'établir un partenariat avec les forums parlementaires de la SADC en matière de promotion des réformes électorales dans la région de la SADC par l'étouissement de la transposition de la loi type de la SADC sur les élections. Nous attribuons une grande valeur au partenariat. Il faut peut-être adopter cette déclaration. Si vous n'avez pas d'objection, vous n'avez qu'à applaudir et puis c'est adopté. Maintenant, nous allons passer au 9e ordre du jour et je demande à la secrétaire générale à procéder à la lecture de cet 9e ordre du jour.
Address by the representative of Oxfam, Nkate Chauke, Interim Executive Director, Oxfam in South Africa, on commitment to partnership with SADC PF to advance economic justice and inequality reduction, humanitarian action, gender justice, climate justice, and accountable governance, pursuant to Rule 44(5) of the Rules of Procedure.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire générale, pour cette annonce. Maintenant, j'invite la représentante d'Oxfam, Kranteko Choquet, directrice exécutive par intérim d'Oxfam en Afrique du Sud, à s'adresser à l'Assemblée plénière. Vous avez 5 minutes.
The President of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tokle, the Speaker of Parliament and host, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, the President of the country of Zimbabwe, Honorable Speakers of Sadc national parliaments, and heads of delegation, honorable members and distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. Absheni Sanbonani, Bomdia, Bonjour. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Sadc Parliamentary Forum on the occasion of the 57th Plenary Assembly. It is both a great honor and a privilege to address you all. This plenary session is held at a time when our region is at the front line of intersecting crises, namely climate-induced disasters, inequalities, gender justice, and chronic food insecurity. Recently, geopolitical trends and shifts, including global trade wars, armed conflict in DRC, US and Europe foreign policy shifts, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and Israel-Palestine war in Gaza have significantly impacted trade flows as well as economic growth prospects, not only for our region, but globally. Nonetheless, the surge in demand for critical minerals such as lithium, graphite is attracting investments, but concerns remain on environmental, human rights, and equity issues. The region is severely impacted by climate change, with the recent El Nino and La Nina-induced droughts and floods that have exacerbated food insecurity, displacement, and disaster and disease outbreaks. These are reversing development gains, dampening growth, widening inequality, and increasing vulnerability for our people, especially among women and girls. This is a pressing need to integrate climate resilience and disaster risk reduction into programming and national response actions. Despite progressive legal frameworks, women and girls in the Sadc region continue to face systemic marginalization due to entrenched patriarchal norms limiting their participation in political, economic, and social spheres. Gender-based violence and early child marriage remain widespread, exacerbated by cultural practice, weak legal enforcement, and limited access to justice, especially for rural communities. Barriers such as restricted access to land, education, equitable healthcare, and leadership opportunities further entrench gender inequality and hinder the full realization of women's rights and their potential. Distinguished guests, honorable members, and the President of the House, the theme of the 57th Plenary, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the Sadc region, Experiences, Challenges, and Opportunities, is very timely. We are now living in a digital age, and it is important that Sadc Parliamentary Forum considers the implications of AI on the work of the Parliamentary Forum and broadly development in the region. We recognize the opportunities that AI presents, both for the Sadc PF and member states. We also need to ensure that risks are well managed. These considerations should be made in line with the guiding principles of the Sadc PF, which are the respect for the institution of parliament, democracy, rule of law, human rights, and financial and accountability and transparency. We welcome the consideration by this House to incorporate the use of AI in improving governance and legislative activities, because we also realize that AI offers opportunities to enhance efficiency, transparency, responsiveness within parliamentary processes as well. However, we are also cognizant
of the risks around ethical considerations, data security, privacy, and concerns related to the digital divide. We believe our deliberations in this session have greatly been insightful and in developing the appropriate solutions for the SADC-PF and for the Member of Parliaments. Over the years, the SADC-PF has made significant strides in various areas that resonate deeply with Oxfam's mission and principles. We take this opportunity to commend the SADC-PF on the following achievements: the implementation of the model law on gender-based violence. This initiative has paved the way for stronger legal protections for victims of violence. Secondly, the launching of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage. This model has actually ensured the harmonization of the age of the child across member states. This model has been a great milestone, particularly in the fight against early child marriage. Thirdly, the Women's Caucus engagements. Convening a parliamentary forum on women's caucus at the SADC level has been instrumental in fostering networking opportunities for parliamentarians and enhancing capacity for much-needed women's leadership. This is a crucial step towards achieving gender parity in political representation and decision-making. Fourthly, parliamentary advocacy. This has been at the heart of engagements within the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The strategic involvement enhances the capacity of parliamentarians to advocate for and implement policies that benefit their constituents. Fifthly, the promotion of human rights and the SADC Parliamentary Forum's commitment to promoting human rights, democracy, and regional integration through collective responsibility is absolutely commendable. These actions deeply reflect understanding of interconnectedness and social development, economic governance, and gender equality. Oxfam has been an active player in development at regional, continental, and global levels, championing the fight against poverty and inequality. Our work spans across SADC countries where we collaborate with communities, youth, women-led movements, and local partners to address urgent humanitarian crises, promote climate justice, and champion gender equality. Oxfam is committed to a transformative agenda that centers the voices and rights of vulnerable populations, particularly women and youth. Oxfam supports regional influencing by convening actors and coalitions for policy dialogue, promoting feminist youth-led governance and economic systems, and advocating for climate loss and damage compensation from global polluters. We are also strategically located in South Africa, where we work to influence the BRICS and G20. At continental level, we align with key African Union policies, including the Strategy for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment and the AU Youth Charter. By contributing evidence, case studies, policy insights, our work strengthens continental advocacy for gender transformative agriculture, inclusive economies, and equitable governance. At global level, Oxfam's global campaigns on climate justice, humanitarian response, and economic inequality bring Southern Africa's realities into global policy spaces. Through joint fundraising, continued humanitarian action, and advocacy, Oxfam ensures that African voices influence international policy commitments. Oxfam has collaborated with the SADC Parliamentary Forum on a notable number of areas in the past and which we want to continue to do. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight a few notable areas of joint cooperation. Under fiscal justice and resource governance, we have worked together to revise the SADC mining protocol to ensure free, prior, and informed consent. In the area of humanitarian response and climate justice, Oxfam has collaborated with SADC member states to build capacity of communities and local partners in disaster risk reduction and contingency planning in emergencies, guided by its local humanitarian leadership strategy. Recently, during 2023 to 2024, El Nino-induced drought and climate crisis in affected member states, Oxfam partnered with local governments to strengthen cyclone and food early warning systems. Under gender justice, Oxfam has been working to ensure diverse women and girls and marginalized communities fully realize their rights, exercise their leadership, and live a life free from violence, discrimination, and poverty. This has been done through thematic work on ending violence against women and girls, transformative women's leadership, women economic empowerment, sexual and reproductive health, and girls' access to education. Furthermore, Oxfam has spearheaded key interventions focusing on addressing key barriers that infringe the rights of women and girls. With Sadc, Oxfam has partnered with the Sadc Parliamentary Forum to influence policy using the GBV and ending child marriage model laws, and has convened regional and national forums to support its domestication and dissemination. Additionally, Oxfam has contributed thought leadership on women's political participation. Oxfam will continue to actively collaborate with the Sadc Parliamentary Forum and will focus on the following key areas: advocacy for the domestication of model laws. Secondly, addressing child marriage. We believe that this work will continue to tackle child marriage through advocacy efforts, empowering local stakeholders to implement corresponding model laws. Thirdly, support for human rights frameworks. Oxfam will continue to promote the alignment of national legislation with the Sadc model laws and human rights treaties. Oxfam will support the harmonization of the law across member states, facilitating a stronger collective regional stance on human rights. And lastly, capacity building and networking. Oxfam will continue to work with the Parliamentary Forum's Women's Caucus at the Sadc level, which reinforces networking and capacity building for women leaders. This aligns with our core values of promoting gender equality and women's empowerment in decision-making processes. As I conclude, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Oxfam pledges to continue supporting the Sadc Parliamentary Forum to enhance the role that this House plays in development. The role of parliaments in our member states as the supreme law-making body is all the more critical as we progressively achieve our development goals. As a region, we are indeed faced with complex development challenges, and partnerships have become critical to achieving our shared agenda. Oxfam's value addition includes evidence-based advocacy, convening power, national to regional to global linkages, and capacity strengthening. Oxfam is excited to be one of the 5 organizations that will be formally signing an MOU with the Sadc Parliamentary Forum this Saturday. Through this MOU, we will work together on mutually agreed priorities on economic justice, gender justice, climate justice, and humanitarian response. I stand here on behalf of Oxfam to pledge our solidarity and continued support to advancing prosperity for our people and for a future that is free for all. I thank you.
Je voudrais remercier l'Oxfam pour l'engagement au partenariat en vue de promouvoir la justice économique et la réduction des inégalités, l'action humanitaire, la justice de genre, la justice climatique et la gouvernance redevable. Nous n'avons aucun doute qu'il y aura des avantages mutuels pour nos 2 organisations. Maintenant, nous allons passer au 10e ordre du jour. Et je demande à Madame la secrétaire générale de bien vouloir prononcer cet ordre du jour.
Address by the representative of the Power Shift Africa, Gudakwashe Manjonjo, Trust Transition Associate, on commitment to partnership with Sadc Parliamentary Forum to strengthen the role of Parliament on developing Africa's transition minerals to power Africa's AI ecosystem. with a focus on the SADC region pursuant to Rule 44.5 of the Rules of Procedure.
Avant que j'invite le représentant de Power Shift Africa, nous allons d'abord adopter l'engagement qui a été exposé tout à l'heure. Vous n'avez qu'à applaudir pour l'adoption. Maintenant, j'invite le représentant de Power Shift Africa, Kunda Kawase Manjonjo, associé chargé de la justice transition, à s'adresser à l'Assemblée plénière pour 5 minutes.
Thank you, President. President of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tockley, the Speaker of Parliament and host, Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, Honorable Speakers of Sadc National Parliaments and Heads of Delegations, Honorable Members, distinguished delegates, Makadini, Muriwanj, Salibonan, Bonjour, dear all. It is a deep honor to address you today on behalf of Power Shift Africa, as we reaffirm our commitment to partnering with Sadc Parliamentary Forum to strengthen the legislative voice in Africa's future through our transition minerals, our energy choices, and our digital destiny. At the heart of this conversation lies a fundamental question. How do we ensure that Africa's vast reserves of critical transition minerals like lithium, soda ash, cobalt, copper, and nickel power not just the global clean energy, but our own continent's inclusive development? The answer lies in energy, and more specifically, in how energy powers the next technological frontier, artificial intelligence. Honorable President, across the world, AI is transforming economies, automating systems, forecasting climate patterns, revolutionizing agriculture, education, health, and finance. But there is a hidden truth. AI is energy hungry. Every machine learning model, every AI-generated insight, every data center that trains algorithms or stores cloud services consumes enormous amounts of electricity, often more times than entire towns such as Victoria Falls. And so, if Africa is to meaningfully participate in the AI revolution, we must solve our energy gap. Currently, over 600 million Africans, 200 million in the Sadc region, lack access to reliable electricity. We cannot talk about digital prosperity if we are still battling energy poverty. This is where our partnership begins. Africa's transition minerals are the backbone of both clean energy and intelligent technology. Lithium powers the batteries in AI infrastructure. Copper and rare earth minerals are vital for data centers, electrical grids, and servers. Without these minerals, there is no AI ecosystem. But minerals alone are not enough. We need to turn these resources into self-reinforcing energy data loops. Minerals powering clean energy powering AI, and AI optimizing energy use from solar microgrids to smart cities. That is why the African Union's recently launched Africa Green Mineral Strategy must be implemented with a clear energy and technology lens. At PowerShift Africa, we see an urgent need for a new model, one where Africa's moves beyond the extraction to value addition to renewable infrastructure that is scaled up, which is smart, producing low-emission industries that can emerge from the Sadc region. We believe parliaments must lead this transformation. Firstly, by supporting legislation that links mineral extraction with local energy infrastructure. Every mining investment must include commitments to renewable energy deployment, both for industrial purposes and surrounding communities. Secondly, by ensuring that national energy strategies support AI readiness. This means investing in decentralized solar and wind systems, electrifying industrial zones, and planning for the high loads required for the AI data centers. These centers can and must be powered by African wind and sunshine. Third, by embracing cross-border energy cooperation. AI infrastructure demands energy stability. The Southern Africa Power Pool and the Africa Free Trade Agreement offers a powerful framework to integrate renewable energy across the region so that no country is left behind due to limited national capacity. And dear President, allow me to emphasize, AI is not a luxury for Africa. It is an opportunity. With the right energy and mineral strategy, AI can help us leapfrog development stages, predict crop failures, expand access to healthcare, accelerate education, and enhance climate resilience. But if we fail to act, Africa and the southern region will once again be left supplying raw materials with others capturing the value. Parliamentarians have the mandate to ensure energy justice, regulate technology standards, and demand domestic beneficiation. This is not just about clean energy or digital access. It is about a future where Africa's minerals and energy power African intelligence, where African youth develop, deploy, and benefit from the AI systems of tomorrow. Honorable members, at PowerShift Africa, we are committed to walking this path with you, providing policy support, technical analysis, and public advocacy to ensure that our mineral energy AI ecosystem is designed in Africa, made in Africa, and works for Africa. Let us not miss this historic moment. Let us make connections clear. Without clean energy, there is no AI future. And without value-added minerals, there is no clean energy. But with vision, coordination, and strong parliamentary leadership, Africa can lead the global transition on our terms. Thank you. Datenda.
Je remercie le Power Shift Africa pour cet engagement au partenariat en vue de renforcement du rôle du Parlement en matière de développement des minéraux de transition de l'Afrique pour alimenter l'écosystème de l'IA de l'Afrique en mettant l'accent sur la région de la Sadc. Nous n'avons aucun doute que nos deux organisations vont en tirer des avantages mutuels. Nous allons applaudir pour adopter cet engagement. Nous allons maintenant passer à 11e ordre du jour. Et j'invite Madame la secrétaire générale à prononcer cet ordre du jour. There is
Presentation of the communique for the 57th Plenary Assembly.
Merci, Madame la secrétaire générale, mais nous devons attendre un peu puisque ce sera l'honorable président du Parlement hôte, Maître Jacob Francis Mobenda, qui va présenter cette communication. Donc, we are waiting for him. Yeah, 4 minutes. Yes, okay, it's okay.
Mr. President, if you may allow a point of clarification. The communique is being printed now, and with your permission, there's some video clips that can be played while we wait for the next 2 minutes or so. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable président du Parlement de la République de Zimbabwe, cher doyen. Donc, nous allons profiter de cette vidéo. Vous pouvez la procéder.
The curtain finally comes down on the 57th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum, hosted by the Parliament of Zimbabwe. A highly successful event all round, the Plenary Assembly was convened in the resort city of Victoria Falls from the 31st of May to the 7th of June 2025. The President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, officially opened the Plenary Assembly.
I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, calibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient.
A total of 13 out of the 15 SADC member states attended the session, which ran under the theme Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the SADC region, Experiences, Challenges, and Opportunities. Legislators from the 13 SADC member states acknowledged that artificial intelligence is a transformative force shaping the present and the future. They unanimously agreed to enact legislation on artificial intelligence that prioritizes the needs of the ordinary people. Impactful ideas and experiences were exchanged. Motions were moved on various issues central to the regional development discourse.
Agora, nos momentos finais, podemos afirmar que viva a voz, o resultado foram. So this is what we have come to do. We learn from each other here in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
We are advocating for chiefs, our community chiefs to be ambassadors of GPB.
We benefited from the engagement that the Parliament of Zimbabwe has. The PCPC who actually were very graceful in the manner in which they enabled us to engage with them
to make sure that we pass laws that impact the lives of our people for the better.
After extensive discussions, the legislators took time out to marvel at the breathtaking beauty of the majestic Victoria Falls.
Right now we are on a cruise in the Zambezi River. It's very nice.
Many enjoyed the stunning views, the mighty Zambezi River.
Podemos sentir a hospitalidade
People who have seen that such spectaculars of love in Zimbabwe.
The conference has been very well organized, and I think the Zimbabwean hospitality has been extremely generous.
The host speaker, Honorable Advocate J.N. Mudenda, is optimistic that the Assembly's collaborative spirit will be emulated going forward.
Sadc for the sixth time. It is our hope that this sixth time create an outstanding hosting standards. We believe will be emulated by those who will not touch our
The curtain.
J'invite maintenant le président du Parlement hôte de la 57e Assemblée plénière, l'honorable Moudenda, à présenter le communiqué de la 57e Assemblée plénière.
Thank you, Mr. President, fellow speakers, distinguished delegates. During our time, when we were learning English, you had to do an exercise called writing a précis or a summary of 4 pages of some written stuff into just 1 page in order to ensure that you capture those 4 pages that you have summarized. So the communique is meant, therefore, to summarize to the best possible the proceedings that have taken place in the last few days. With the permission of His Excellency the President, I now proceed to read the communique. The 57th Sadc Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session, which was held from the 31st May to the 7th June 2025, indicating therefore that we are still to complete the task tomorrow. The Sadc Parliamentary Forum, Sadc-PF, 57th Plenary Assembly was held from the 31st May to 7 June 2025 in Victoria City, Republic of Zimbabwe, under the theme Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the Sadc region, Experiences, Challenges, and Opportunities, unquote. This marked the 6th time that the Parliament of Zimbabwe was hosting the Plenary Assembly, with the last one having been held in 2016. The Plenary Assembly was attended by 13 of the 15 Sadc-PF member parliaments, namely Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and the hosting country, Zimbabwe. Mauritius and Tanzania had tendered their apology. The President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Senator Fortune Charumbila, also attended, along with the representatives from the Sadc Secretariat, the Parliamentary Forum of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, the Southern Africa Youth Parliament, the Electoral Commission of Sadc member states, and other partner organizations. The Assembly was officially opened by His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the current chairman of Sadc. In his official opening address, His Excellency the President conveyed profound appreciation for the Sadc PF, an institution that holds a significant place in his heart. The President reiterated on his deep engagement with the forum, particularly in the development of Africa's first election instrument, the norms and standards for elections in the Sadc region during his tenure as Zimbabwean Speaker of Parliament from 2000 to 2005. Additionally, the President reminisced on his leadership of the Sadc PF Election Observation Mission, wherein he observed the 2004 Malawi general elections. His Excellency underscored the pivotal role of AI and digital tools in strengthening parliamentary processes, deepening democratic ecosystem, and fostering inclusivity. The guest of honor also stressed the imperative of adopting AI and applying it responsibly, underscoring the ethical concerns in its use, data protection, cybersecurity, upholding digital sovereignty, and the democratic core values of Sadc as fundamental pillars in ensuring a balanced and a secure integration of AI in parliamentary processes. In his welcome remarks, the host speaker, yours truly, welcomed the signing of the agreement amending the Sadc Treaty to establish the Sadc Parliament by 13 member states and looked forward to Madagascar and Mauritius signing up the amendment to transform the Sadc PF into a regional parliament during the upcoming August 2025 Sadc Summit to be held in Madagascar. Advocate Mudenda was optimistic that the historic transformation of the Sadc PF into a Sadc parliament will be realized through the adoption of the enabling protocol at the 45th Madagascar Sadc Summit. This would mark the climax of the transformation agenda, which will concretize the birth of the Sadc Regional Parliament. Honorable Justin Tockley, President of the Sadc PF, emphasized that the forum is implementing innovative capacity building initiatives to enhance the skills of parliamentarians and parliamentary staff, thereby strengthening the role of parliaments in advancing democratic agenda. The President further informed the Plenary Assembly that Sadc PF is actively exploring the integration of AI-driven digital tools in order to modernize the parliamentary governance frameworks across the Sadc region. In her remarks, Sadc PF Secretary General, Her Excellency Boema Sehoma, paid tribute to the visionary leadership of the host speaker for his tireless efforts in advancing the transformation of the Sadc PF into a Sadc parliament. In his capacity as chairperson of the Transformation Lobby Group for 11 years, she also applauded Zimbabwe for pioneering innovations in the health delivery services, particularly by introducing the National AIDS Levy in order to manage the AIDS scourge in the country. The Secretary General also commended the Zimbabwe Parliament for achieving the global distinction of being the only ISO 9001-2015 certified parliament globally. Furthermore, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus chairperson, Honorable Helen Pushi Manyenge Neng, reaffirmed the caucus's commitment to advancing gender equality across the SADC region. She commended Zimbabwe's best practices in institutionalizing gender equality and called for urgent action on gender-responsible budgeting, strengthened regional data systems, and enhanced male allyship to ensure meaningful and lasting progress towards gender parity in the region and beyond. The Southern Africa Youth Parliamentary Representative, Honorable Angela Nokubata Dube, emphasized sustained youth engagement in regional governance as she commended the partnership with SADC-PF and called for swift action on a SADC youth protocol. She further called for inclusive representation, targeted investments in education, health, and economic empowerment to realize the full potential of the region's young generation. The Plenary Assembly resolved to prioritize parliamentary oversight, promote regional policy harmonization, support the development of a normative framework on AI and advance AI ethics to safeguard citizens and align AI implementation with the developmental aspirations of SADC region as had been espoused by President Mnangagwa in his official opening address. The Plenary Assembly acknowledged the proliferation of foreign AI technologies and emerging technology tools, but urged member parliaments to collaborate with tertiary institutions to address the unique needs of SADC parliaments. The Plenary Assembly reaffirmed the criticality of adopting a whole of SADC enterprise architecture to build a harmonized, digitally integrated region that leverages AI and emerging technologies to enhance regional integration, governance, innovation, and sustainable development through improved digital services, shared infrastructure, coordinated governance, and the joint policy frameworks aligned with the SADC Vision 2050, AU Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Plenary Assembly commended member parliaments for the remarkable progress in implementing Plenary Assembly resolutions and tracking national level actions and applauded the informative and comprehensive country reports presented, which reflected strong commitment to peer learning, mutual accountability, and advancing the strategic priorities of SADC-PF. The Plenary Assembly considered reports of Standing Committee and the RWPC. One, reaffirmed the central role of strengthening parliamentary capacity to monitor and advocate for SADC modern laws, and resolved to enhance collaboration with development partners to enhance advocacy efforts for the domestication and the implementation of modern laws. Reiterated the cardinal role of women's economic empowerment for gender equality and sustainable development, and resolved to support capacity building for women parliamentarians, eliminate discriminatory laws, and promote gender-responsive policies, as well as financial and digital inclusion in national development strategies across the SADC region. Reiterated the urgent need to strengthen parliamentary oversight of SADC prison systems, supporting inclusive legal reforms protection of vulnerable groups, coordinated oversight, and adequate resources, while emphasizing active parliamentary involvement in developing the modern law to ensure ownership, relevance, and effective domestication of the modern law on prison oversight. Expressed deep concern over persistent human rights violations and worsening conditions in correctional facilities across the Sadc region, and reaffirmed the urgent need to strengthen parliamentary oversight, reinforce the rights-based legal frameworks, enhance institutional accountability, and promote humane, gender-responsive detention standards in line with regional and international human rights obligations for detained people. Emphasize the role of parliamentary financial oversight in prison administration and urged member parliaments to ensure adequate funding for alternative sentencing, rehabilitation, and health care, enhance budget transparency, and strengthen oversight of prison infrastructure investments, including public-private partnerships. Reiterated the link between food security, climate resilience, and sustainable prison management, and urged member parliaments to institutionalize regular prison oversight, promote climate-smart agriculture in prisons, and integrate prison needs into national policies on food security, health, and climate adaptation. Expressed concern over poor prison conditions in Sadc region, especially their impact on women, juveniles, and children with incarcerated mothers, and reaffirmed the need to strengthen parliamentary oversight, promote gender-sensitive reforms, and domesticate regional instruments to protect vulnerable groups. Underscored the urgent need to declare prison health a public health priority, calling for gender sensitivity, trauma-informed and rights-based health care, including HIV and TB treatment, mental health support, sexual and reproductive services for women, and nutritional care as integral to broader public health and human rights imperatives. Reaffirmed the criticality of sustained parliamentary engagement in electoral processes, particularly through the deployment of MPs in Sadc PF election observation missions. To support the domestication of the Sadc modern law on election and uphold the democratic electoral standard across the region, and urged member parliaments to prioritize funding for the election observation missions. Excuse me. The Plenary Assembly adopted the motion on slow implementation of Sadc model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children already in marriage, reaffirming its commitment to accelerating national domestication, legislative reform, and coordinated action to safeguard the rights and futures of all children across the region. The plenary unanimously adopted the motion on enhancing food chain systems in the Sadc region and reiterated the urgent need for coordinated action to modernize and strengthen agri-food value chains in support of food sovereignty, economic growth, and sustainable development across the region. The Plenary Assembly adopted the motion on strengthening cybersecurity in the Sadc region, underscoring the urgent need for coordinated legal, institutional, and capacity building measures to address escalating cyber threats, and bridge the digital divide across member states. The Plenary Assembly adopted the motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights and climate change in the Sadc region and highlighted the urgent need to integrate SRHR into climate policies and financing frameworks to enhance resilience, equity, and public health outcomes across the region. The Plenary Assembly adopted the motion on increasing efforts to prevent spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the Sadc region, reaffirming the urgent need for sustainable political commitment, regional coordination, and domestic financing to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Plenary Assembly warmly welcomed Honorable Sarah Kaungo-Ngelwa Amadila, newly elected Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, and congratulated her on her election as the host speaker, a Namibia's milestone in advancing gender equality, and expressed sincere appreciation to former Speaker, Honorable Professor Peter Kashavivi, for his distinguished service to Sadc PF. The Plenary Assembly commended the Republic of Zambia for its strides in promoting gender equality, particularly through the ongoing constitutional review aimed to increasing the representation of women in line with the Sadc gender parity target, as well as enhancing the inclusion of youth and persons with disabilities. The Plenary Assembly reaffirmed its strong support for the ongoing diplomatic efforts to restore peace and stability in the DRC and commended the coordinated initiatives led by Sadc, the East African Community, the Republic of Angola under the Luanda process, the African Union, the International Conference of the Great Lakes region, the United Nations, and other international partners working to promote dialogue and a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The Plenary Assembly expressed heartfelt condolences to the governments and peoples of Namibia and Zambia on the passing of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shasifuna Nujoma, founding president of Namibia, on the 8th February 2025. On His Excellency Edgar Chagwe Lungu, former president of Zambia, passed on 5th June 2025, and Mr. Roy Ngulube, clerk of the Zambian National Assembly, who passed on 7th April 2025. The Plenary Assembly recognized their distinguished service, commitment to democracy, and lasting contributions to parliamentary development in the Sadc region and beyond. The Plenary Assembly extended its appreciation to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe, Advocate yours truly, and through him, the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for their warm hospitality, excellent organization, and steadfast commitment. To the success of the 57th Plenary Assembly session. I didn't draft that part. The Plenary Assembly expressed its appreciation to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa for its commitment to interparliamentary cooperation in the Sadc region by offering to host the 58th Plenary Assembly scheduled for the last quarter of 2025. I so submit, Mr. President. I didn't hear your clapping. That's much better.
Merci, honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de la République de Zimbabwe, pour avoir présenté les communiqués qui sera divulgué dans le cadre des efforts visant à partager l'information avec les parties prenantes et améliorer la visibilité du forum parlementaire de la Sadc. Maintenant, nous allons passer au dernier ordre du jour et je demande à Madame la secrétaire générale de prononcer cet ordre du jour. L'interprétation. Je vais répéter puisqu'il y a eu de... OK. OK. Maintenant, je disais, maintenant, nous allons passer au dernier ordre du jour. Et je demande, il s'agit du 12e ordre du jour, et je demande à la secrétaire générale de prononcer cet ordre du jour.
Closing statement for the 57th Plenary Assembly Session by the Sadc Parliamentary Forum President, Honorable Speaker Justin Tockley.
Président du Parlement hôte, honorable Maître Jacob Francis Mudenda, président de l'Assemblée nationale du Zimbabwe, honorable président du Parlement et chef de délégation, tous les honorables parlementaires du Parlement membres du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc, Madame la secrétaire générale du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc et tous les membres du personnel du Forum parlementaire de la Sadc, Mesdames et Messieurs les greffiers et les secrétaires généraux et tous les membres du personnel du Parlement national, distingués observateurs et invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos rangs et qualités respectifs, tout protocole observé, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous avons épuisé les points inscrits à l'ordre du jour de la 57e Assemblée plénière accueillie ici par le Parlement de Zimbabwe dans la ville de Victoria Falls au Zimbabwe, au cœur de Mozi-Oa-Tunya, la fumée qui gronde. Honorables membres, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je tiens dès le départ à réitérer notre gratitude à son Excellence Emerson Dumbuja Mnangagwa, président de la République de Zimbabwe, qui a gracieusement pris le temps, en dépit de son calendrier chargé, d'ouvrir l'Assemblée plénière. Vous vous rappelez, honorables membres, que la cérémonie d'ouverture officielle a été particulièrement colorée et ponctuée par des représentations traditionnelles et de beaux a cappella interprétés par les jeunes africains de Zimbabwe. Vous vous conviendrez avec moi que le thème de la 57e Assemblée plénière était particulièrement approprié et opportun, à savoir mettre à profit l'intelligence artificielle pour des processus parlementaires efficaces et efficients dans la région de la Sadc. Expérience, défis et possibilités. Je ne peux qu'insister sur ce qu'a dit Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République de Zimbabwe, dans son discours d'ouverture, durant lequel il a déclaré que la région de la Sadc ne devait pas se contenter de recevoir les avancées technologiques, mais qu'elle devait participer activement au développement des solutions et d'outils technologiques adaptés à l'application locale. Je ne doute pas que le forum partage l'avis de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président. Je n'hésite donc pas à me joindre à son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, pour implorer les parlementaires de la Sadc d'intensifier leur plaidoyer en faveur de pleine participation des citoyens de notre région à l'élaboration des solutions locales à nos défis et en utilisant des modèles innovants, y compris l'intelligence artificielle. Les présentations faites au cours du symposium sur ces thèmes ont mis en évidence la nature innovante de l'intelligence artificielle et le fait qu'elle pourrait aider les parlements dans leurs fonctions essentielles. Elles ont également mis en évidence les défis possibles liés au déploiement de l'IA. À cet égard, le symposium a noté que l'IA n'est pas seulement une avancée technologique, mais aussi un atout stratégique essentiel pour aider les parlements à s'acquitter de leur mandat constitutionnel. Honorables membres, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, je dois dire que dans le peu de temps passé ici à Victoria Falls, nous avons réalisé un nombre impressionnant de travaux parlementaires. Plus précisément, nous avons examiné des rapports du comité exécutif, l'un sur des questions administratives et l'autre sur des questions financières. En adoptant ces rapports, l'Assemblée plénière a fourni des orientations sur un large éventail de questions touchant au fonctionnement du forum. Nous avons également délibéré sur les rapports soumis par nos 5 commissions permanentes, sur un rapport d'une commission mixte, ainsi que sur les rapports du caucus régional des femmes parlementaires et du comité parlementaire régional de surveillance des lois types. Par ailleurs, la 57e Assemblée plénière a examiné 5 motions déposées par les honorables membres portant sur diverses questions d'importance régionale. À cet égard, permettez-moi de... La 57e Assemblée plénière a également adopté des rapports nationaux décrivant en détail les progrès accomplis dans la mise en œuvre des résolutions de la 56e Assemblée plénière. À cet égard, permettez-moi d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude à tous les parlements membres pour leurs efforts continus visant à assurer que les résolutions soient mises en œuvre par leurs États membres respectifs et qu'ils rendent compte en conséquence. En outre, dans le cadre de notre engagement à travailler en collaboration avec nos partenaires, un certain nombre d'entre eux étaient présents, dont certains ont pris la parole lors de la 57e Assemblée plénière, conformément à l'article 44, alinéa 5 du règlement intérieur du Forum. Nous tenons à exprimer la sincère gratitude du Forum pour leur soutien et leur participation permanente à notre Assemblée plénière, car nous savons qu'ils doivent partager leur temps entre bien d'autres obligations. Honorables membres, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, au moment de conclure, je vous demande de joindre à moi pour exprimer notre sincère gratitude à notre gracieux hôte, honorable maître Jacob Francis Mudenda, notre cher doyen et président du Parlement de la République de Zimbabwe. Veuillez l'applaudir, s'il vous plaît. Les délégués ont profité de l'hospitalité combien chaleureuse et les excellentes installations mises à leur disposition ici à l'époustouflant et splendide Moziwatunia dans la ville de Victoria Falls. Je sais que je parle au nom de tous les délégués en disant que nous avons tous profité pleinement de l'excellente hospitalité zimbabwéenne offerte par notre hôte, c'est-à-dire l'honorable président du Parlement Mudenda, le membre du personnel du Parlement de Zimbabwe et les habitants de la ville où nous sommes actuellement. Honorables membres, distingués invités, la 57e Assemblée plénière a été, à mon avis, un succès retentissant. Et c'est grâce à votre participation active et à votre présence aussi. Permettez-moi donc de profiter de l'occasion pour exprimer ma gratitude à chacun d'entre vous pour votre engagement et votre coopération tout au long de cette Assemblée. Je tiens également à remercier la secrétaire générale et son équipe, ainsi que tous les greffiers et les secrétaires généraux des parlements et leur personnel pour les soutiens indéfectibles qu'ils nous ont apportés, sans lesquels notre réunion n'aurait pas pu se dérouler dans de bonnes conditions. Après ces quelques remarques, j'ai maintenant l'honneur et le privilège ainsi de déclarer la clôture officielle de la 57e Assemblée plénière jusqu'à ce que nous nous retrouverons lors de la 58e session de l'Assemblée plénière qui sera accueillie par le Parlement de la République d'Afrique du Sud, date et aux lieux qui seront communiqués en temps utile. Applaudissements aussi pour l'Afrique du Sud. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous un bon voyage et un bon retour à vos pays respectifs. Sur ce, je déclare clos les travaux de cette 57e session de l'Assemblée plénière du FP Sadc. Siamboga Ambrigado, merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Some announcement. Some announcement. Can you beam the program for this afternoon?
Veuillez encore rester à votre place, s'il vous plaît, puisque notre Parlement hôte, le président du Parlement du Zimbabwe, va nous faire des annonces. Maintenant, je vous donne la parole